Ah, Dark Souls. You're such a fickle mistress. Alright, so, last time, I said I'd grind those souls off stream, to save you all time. I apologize, I lied to you. You see, I ended the stream, I had a very light dinner, and then I was just like, nah. No. I think I'll go to bed. And then I went to bed instead of, doing what I wanted to do there. So yeah, I didn't farm the souls. So, whoopsie poopsie, sorry about that. Yeah, I meant to get the prerequisite 20k, but uh
I guess we popped the twig for certain.
Alright, did you have anything else I wanted? You had... Yeah, you have these. I want to buy 10 of these. They'll come in handy later. Gonna buy a couple more Lloyd's Talismans. I should buy some repair powder. Repair powder will be useful on a couple weapons I may end up using, but they're not super useful. Also, don't ask why I'm buying those. They're a secret tool that may help us later, depending on if I go for a couple separate boss weapons. They're not part of the build, TM.
It's... The Hollows don't care for us. I've got Yulia. You're undead. You know how it is. Thank you.
Any boss weapons aren't part of the build, in heavy quotes. I don't plan on using them. But having them as an option is useful, is helpful. All right, I'm gonna do something dumb here, and I'm gonna run a risk, and I'm gonna try and get the kill the Hellkite Drake. I don't need to, but I kind of want to. There we go. Nope, that's... Come on. I don't know if I just need to hang out here or if I need to repeatedly bait the fire attack. There we go. Hanging out is what I needed to do. Do you mind? This is the problem with the Hellkite Drake, is, it does have other moves. It can choose to not just breathe fire repeatedly. But it is in its direct advantage to just repeatedly breathe fire at you. Right, sorry about that. I guess I should turn the little icon on. There's nothing in that corner you need to worry about seeing. I mean, unironically, the opacity of the little marker should well enough show that there's nothing there. God, there's a seam on my neck. Hellkite Drake, why are you like this? Well, I might end up farming up a lot of souls in my attempts to kill the Hellkite Drake. The problem, TM, with the Hellkite Drake is that it has a size advantage, because it's a screen-eating abomination, and it has incredible amounts of CC and mobility. And, I'm not wearing any clothes, so that means death. Oh, that's fortunate. That one-shot me this time. Why did it one-shot me? Ah, yes, the dingy set. The fire resistant. For early. I should probably go grab Flash Sweat off of, Laurentius. Or Laurentis. Because Flash Sweat is useful for a funny little strat in Demon Ruins, or... I almost called it Ash Lake. Ash Lake is elsewhere. Alright, we'll strip down to our skivvies and hope for the best. Joke's on you! I still have your tail. So the Drake Sword is considered what's known as a noob trap. It has phenomenal starting base damage for how low the requirements are. It also has a really cool heavy attack. The problem is that it has no scaling whatsoever. The same problem exists for the Dragon King Great Axe. Except the Dragon King Great Axe has ridiculous stat requirements. The dragon weapons in general are considered not great due to their... what tends to be no late game potential and incredible cost to upgrade. Like, the only way to upgrade them is through dragon scales. Come on. And dragon scales, I think there are enough of them in the game to upgrade one to max, but if you needed more, you need to farm the little drakes that were in the... the little drakes in Valley of the Drakes. There we go. As I was saying, farm the little drakes in the Valley of the Drakes for very, very few souls at a time. Not souls, for a very low percentage drop chance. I don't remember if it's something ridiculous as low as 2%, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I'm beyond tempted to level up. But no, I have... Why did I come back down this way? Hold on. So, a path I can take. I need to go to Darkroot. I'm gonna go kill the Moonlight Butterfly. Should I summon Witch Beatrice? She technically has a quest line. Technically, but... Do you mind? You know, I equipped a magic weapon because it was there. Yeah, no, I can't buff this sword. I could buff the Zweihander. Also, here's the Altar of Sunlight. If you have enough faith, or you co-op enough, you can enter the Sunlight Covenant there. Which is Solaire's Covenant. That man wanted to dance with me. He linked his arm to mine and just wouldn't let go. Ah, good old easy backstabs. Also, I didn't say it before, but when I brought up that I could dupe the Quelaag soul, I bet a whole lot of people were gonna be in the comments being like, "Oh, you're just gonna roll dupe, and we're gonna run the numbers, and we're gonna see that you cheated." No, don't worry. There's a joke to be said about how my laziness won out in the end, but I was so lazy that I couldn't even bother to dupe. I just didn't do it at all. This does give us the opportunity to get more than enough souls via the Moonlight Butterfly and the enemies between where we're going and between where we're going and where we are. Also, don't ask me why I compulsively repair my equipment. I just do.
I could. Why not let...
Yeah, sure, here you go.
Magnificent. I can hardly...
So what doing this did, we gave him the large ember we grabbed from the depths. This allows him to modify equipment to ascend items. So we can, instead of upgrading to just 5, we can take it to +6. We can also make weapons raw and wriggling.
I'll be seeing.
But we don't need to do that. Much earlier in the run, we already took care of the Titanite demon. Now, I am willing to say, I am tempted to head down and take on the Hydra, but the reason I'm not going to do that is because there's no guarantee I'll have a particularly easy time with what I need to do here. And I do want to do a few runs of what I'm doing. So if you didn't want to buy moss from the undead merchant in the shortcut to the depths, you can farm it here. These tree people have pretty good drop chances for it. Come on. Now you'll notice that there's a spot in the ground there that looks a little suspicious. Plunging attack. There's an item here. Now, yes, there's a secret bonfire here. I didn't say anything at that moment, but yeah. Yeah, there's one here too. Don't touch that item. It's a trap. Hi, Turi. I'll hydrate now. Alright, if we hug this left wall, there are a few plant things, overgrown gardeners. Enjoy your lurk. There's a partisan and some tree vipers. I don't know what they're actually called. But before we do that, we're going to go through this fake tree. Fun fact in the source code, this tree does have attacks, it's just never programmed to use them. They looked a little weird and janky, so I guess they never got put into practice. The manta frogs, which exist. There's another fake tree. These trees move around. They are completely capable of locomotion. Now, if we go over there on the left, we'll get ambushed by a bunch of manta frogs. Frog rays? Frog. I think we just heard a bunch of them spawn in, but it's fine. They shouldn't pursue me up here. There is going to be a stone guardian up here, but we should be, like, more than prepared to deal with it. Yeah. Stone guardians have a very low chance to drop their weapon. And that's the wolf ring. So the wolf ring provides you a flat, I think it's like 40, 45 poise. Hold on, I should be able to chill. Hold on. Poise is currently 0. And if I equip the wolf ring... 40, yeah. I remember you, and I will relate to you our histories in a wave. I meant to do the running attack, but, I'm an idiot. uh... Now, I am, full disclosure, tempted to pop a couple humanities and kindle that bonfire. I might as well. If I get invaded, I get invaded. At this point, I don't think there's any real human beings left to play. And everyone who is playing is using the Watchdog. The Watchdog being a third-party program that allows for better connectivity through the stuff. It also allows you to see if there's anyone cheating and allows you to kick them from your game. That dude was going to spring up and chase after us after we came down this way. So that's one of the tree vipers. I think they provide a unique form of toxin. That's the partisan we were talking about earlier. We're going to continue to hug this left wall for a while now, because while we are inevitably going to head towards the center and try to take out those enemies, for now, I just want to clear out the... Well, I want to get to the butterfly and take out the butterfly first. So these tree vipers are outside of an Inji, that egg dude who talks to us and sells us the servant roster for the Chaos Covenant. They are the only way to get a thing called an egg vermifuge. Oh good, they're within one-shot range. They're also worth a ton of souls. Now... I said summon Witch Beatrice, or Bitch Beatrice, if that's what you're into. Here's Beatrice, we summon her. She has one more summon location, and I believe, if I remember right, that's in the Duke's Archives. After of which, she will show up in the Valley of the Drakes. But we'll talk about her appearance in the Valley of Drakes later. I don't know if it's necessary to have her for this in order to progress her character quest, but I'm gonna tag her in here just to make sure that pushes forward. Butterfly. There it is. So, the Moonlight Butterfly will fly around, and eventually, after casting enough spells, it will land to consume some of this moss. Now, the thing is with Witch Beatrice is she has enough range to just hit it. With magic. Also, as you can clearly tell, I didn't need her help. I got it just to make sure her story progresses. She can hit it from a distance, so you have to wait. Unless you're a god tier Dark Souls 1 archer, in which case, more power to you. Or you are also a sorcerer. I guess you could also use miracles like Lightning Spear, which Solaire has, but he's not summonable for this fight. Watchtower Basement, the Divine Hour, Ember, and a Homeward Bone. This gives me the bone. Little surprised I got hit by that, but whatever. Joke's on you, I still win! Yes, we died. We will probably end up popping a humanity for the sake of, what in the world is it called? For the sake of going into Darkroot Garden proper. Mostly because that's where one of the most notorious PvP covenants is. And I'm kind of obligated to possibly get invaded by them once. Elite Knight set. Normal Knight set is down by the Hydra. But as I was saying, I'm obligated to at least, like, go in there human, possibly get invaded, and to deal with that. Because that's a real big part of the game. So there are actually a handful of things we need to do while we are here. Joke's on you, I got the restore, it doesn't matter. I'm sad I didn't get the pickup off that, that bushman, but it's fine. Because our bloodstain is right here. We're not going to go human yet in case I pull a minimum IQ moment and die on the way to Andre. I keep trying to do the running attack, and I keep messing it up. I don't know how. What? It is a pretty common practice to come here and to farm these guys for purple moss, blooming purple moss, and red moss before heading down to Blighttown. But in my case, I went down to Blighttown first. I just bought a couple purple mosses off of the undead merchant. We do have to make another stop to Blighttown, but on the way there, we're going to have to stop somewhere else first.
My, I've seen one of them. Might you like?
As you can guess, we're going to be giving all of our special embers to Andre here. Best boy Andre, who has a unique moveset, by the way, if you aggro him. Yes, let's upgrade the Black Knight Greatsword one more time. I'll need to sort my inventory soon. Do I want to spend the last... Yeah. You might wonder why I just bought a ton of standard arrows, and... I promise you those will become relevant later. Probably. Potentially. Now, with the Crest of Artorias, we can enter Darkroot Garden, instead of being relegated to Darkroot Basin. Now, the reason, in heavy quotes, the reason here that I wanted to go through Darkroot Garden in order to get the Crest of Artorias instead of just going through past the Hydra is the unfortunate and kind of unavoidable fact that fighting the Hydra sucks. Like, the biggest problem here is that I'm not good at dodging Hydra attacks, and I'm incredibly squishy, so getting to the Hydra to engage in combat would be a little difficult. So we're going to be saving that for much, much later. We're now going to reverse hollowing, and we're going to enter Gank Central. Darkroot Garden is known as Needledick Forest to some members of the community, and for good reason. There's an invisible knight right up here. There we go. I've got his attention. He do be hitting. I used all my stamina. Oops. Oops, oops. Oh, that's embarrassing. I thought I'd hit him with that second... Well, no, I did hit him with that second swing, but I assumed I'd hit him normally, which would poise break him. I probably should have killed the Invisible Knight and Pharos before worrying about humaning up. Alright, if you hug this far left side, you can dodge this mage up here, but we're not going to. There is a cleric on the right, and just ahead there's a bandit barbarian with an axe. This dude with the axe hits like a truck. There's also a thief. The thief plays strangely passively. That cleric over there, the dude in the brown robes just above my sword, has healing miracles, which makes him a bit of a pain in the butt. He doesn't have ears. Now, these guys are actually fantastic farms for souls. As you can see, they all drop a fair amount. Alright, where's Pharos? There on the right? Is that the knight that protects Pharos or Pharos themselves? So the claymore-wielding knight we killed earlier, there's a second one. And I don't know where exactly they are. I know Pharos is over here. No, that's the knight. Where's Pharos? There's Pharos. So you can see to the left of that tree that I'm putting above my head, there's a little brown spot. That's a leather round shield. That's Pharos. Pharos has the black bow of Pharos and Pharos' hat, in addition to a falchion and being annoying. The knight is over there. Can I just pull the knight? There's the knight. The two knights and Pharos don't respawn. They are one-and-done enemies. Also, fun fact about Pharos is Pharos will always spawn as the opposite gender of the player character. If you're playing as a guy, it will spawn as a girl. If you're playing as a girl, it will spawn as a guy. The Black Bow of Pharos is a unique bow. That's the only way to get it is here, via Pharos themselves. Pharos. Sorry, Pharos is Pharos Lockstones from DS2. But as you can see, this has an S rank scaling with dexterity, which makes it very, very strong if you get high dex. Unfortunately, it's still a longbow, so it does suffer from longbow problems, such as being slow. So most people prefer the composite bow. But if you're running a dex build and you just want something to do a little bit of burst, a tiny miniature lick of burst, and you don't have access to sorceries or miracles, the Black Bow of Pharos can be your friend.
Is it not so that thou art new? Thou fared well to find me, but cometh thee not for the grave of Sir Artorius? My advice true. Forget this. The legend of Artorius art none but a fabrication. Traversing the dark. 'Tis but a fairy tale. Have thine own respect. Go not yonder knocking for nothing, I say. Well, indeed, thou art a strange one. Nevertheless, I feel some liking for thee. I'm Alvina of the Darkroot Wood. I command a clan of hunters who track down defilers of the forest graves. What dost thou say? Wilt thou not join us? Oh, yes, I believe we would suit thee well. I am very glad. And now thou art one of us. Let us establish a covenant.
So people who know what I'm doing here are quickly putting the pieces together about what weapon I'm going to use in the long run. It is a weapon with low drop chance that can be acquired from one other source.
And here taketh this ring. If thou wearest that ring, it allows for thine summoning. If mine senses reveal intruders, then I will summon thee. Fend them off, sir. I beseech only this. I shall summon others who will, by their honor, work tirelessly with thee. Thou shalt receive great reward, and whatsoever ye shall pillage will be thine own. A true agreement, not so? But thou must heed the golden rule. The clan is thine own family. Darest...
Yes, yes. So, the way this clan works is, hi, Shiva. Greetings, ninja. So Shiva the East is a member of this covenant. He shows up in one other location, and there he becomes a merchant.
I've heard all about you. I'm Shiva of the East, captain of the brigade. Let's teach you the clan basics now. Great. Ah, did you know he is one of the clan? Always slinking in the shadows. You'll see what...
So, we are eventually going to need to use him, and we don't necessarily need to unalive the Shadow Man behind him, but I really want to. You see, the Shadow Man behind him drops a unique ring, the Darkwood Grain Ring, which is the flip ring. It's the flip ring. It's very important. Those stone guardians, this is how you get their armor. The Darkwood Grain Ring allows you, whenever you're at light load, instead of doing a fast roll like this, you literally cartwheel and flip around. It's hilarious. So these mushroom boys hit for way more damage than you'd think. They also have some incredible poise. They drop gold pine resin? Yes, they do. Now, if you get Gravelord in this area, red phantom mushroom men can appear, and they're terrifying. The Enchanted Ember? Yep. Another gold pine resin. Gold pine resin is useful for buffing your weapon. I think the little mushroom dudes have a small chance to drop gold pine as well. I'm not sure about that, though. Also, by doing this, there's no repercussions. You can join that covenant and then just immediately go against their, what's the term? Their mission statement and just go pilfer the graves. We are not going to be fighting the boss that's in here, Sif the Great Wolf. We are getting a different item. And everyone knows exactly what item I'm referring to. It's an item that I probably kind of wanted for fighting with, Hovel. This is the Hornet Ring, which lives in infamy within the Dark Souls community. Also, yes, you can get the Hornet Ring without activating the Sif boss fight. I'm going to do a real quick Homeward Bone use dupe here. Alright, now we're done here. We actually don't need to do anything else. We'll come back for Sif later. We can also come back... No. I was going to show off a trick that I did frequently back in the day. Also, I didn't actually go human for any of that, but it's fine. Now that I'm in the Covenant, I can't actually be invaded by the Covenant. There are plenty of PvP fiends who like using that... What? Like using that place for just general Dark Wraith PvP as well. But in this case, no. Also, I should probably explain how the cat ring works. Alvina's Covenant ring. So the cat Covenant ring. If you are human, if you restore humanity, you can answer the summon of Alvina. You cannot do it while not being human. But the way the cat Covenant ring works is you can get summoned from anywhere. Like you can be in the Undead Burg, you can be in the Kiln of the First Flame, which is the endgame area. You can be anywhere and you can get called, as long as you're not engaged in a boss fight.
It won't be. I'm afraid you'll have to...
So the Enchanted Ember is one of the very few embers that don't go to Andre. It goes to Rickert, or... That is the Mage Blacksmith. Rickert? Or is that Griggs? Also, as you can see from across the bridge, we can go into Sen's Funhouse now. But I'd like to get my late-game weapon. Black Knight Greatsword, tons of fun, good weapon, don't get me wrong, it's not what I want to use for the run. I am tempted to use it for the run, though, but I'm not going to. Alright, so for people who haven't figured it out yet, I'm going to lay out all the pieces. Oh, right, there's a place I have to stop. I forgot. I'm gonna be honest, I've never gotten that first try, ever. Come along this outside wall. There's no item up here. We will eventually have to take the other path, but for now, we need to curl up. So how's everyone's day going? I hope it's going well. Now, normally, this is one of the first things I do after getting to the Belfry Gargoyles. I do this immediately at the start of the game. Also, for whatever reason, this cutscene isn't playing on OBS. Now there's this one.
You give me.
Then you load back in.
You give me.
So you can drop a large number of things here. One of which is the sack, which gives you the old witch's ring. We're not going to do that, but it's there. It's an option. What else can we leave? I think we can leave a homeward bone. There's a whole bunch of things you can leave, but that's all for now. We will be back to maybe do more trades with Snuggly the Crow later, but for now, we're good. Also, quitting and reloading did not respawn all of the enemies. It leaves them dead. Alright, there should be a couple of pinkies in here. There are. Now, I'm going to avoid the center of the room, because the center of the room's been compromised by Thunder Thighs' previous dynamic entry into this room. Alright, I'm going to set my respawn to here. I'm also going to go visit a friend. It is a shame that we have to see them in this manner, but... Sorry, buddy. The Crest Shield, which I believe is just an all-round good shield. It has high magic defense, comparatively, and relatively good stability. Brass Crest Shield. There's a Dragon Crest Shield in the Valley of the Drakes. Alas, poor Oscar. Alright, so this fight is going to go one of two ways. I'm going to use the Black Knight Ultra Greatsword to great effect. Or I'm going to need to swap to the Bandit's Knife and use Bleed. Fight is always tense. Nice. Titanite slab. No hammer, which is unfortunate, but that's fine. Hey, bro. Oh, that is some funky luck. Peculiar doll, a secret tool that will help us later. So we've gotten all 3 Black Knight weapons. Well, 3 of the 4 Black Knight weapons. The only Black Knight weapon remaining is the Black Knight Great Axe? Yes, the Black Knight Great Axe. There is one more Black Knight in this area, which I'm going to go real quick dunk on. Because it's absolutely necessary. Mostly because I want whatever he drops. He has it, I want it, and I'm not really in the mood for sharing. There's actually another thing up this way that I need to acquire. Yep, Titanite chunk is fine. Unfortunate it's a red one, but hey, it is what it is. Now, the item I need to get is up there. How do I get it? How do I acquire whatever that is? I don't know what it is, but I want it. Do you mind? This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. That key we picked up from Undead, not Undeadburg, but from Firelink on top of that roof. A rusted iron ring. This will come in handy eventually. I promise you. It actually is going to come in handy in Sen's Fortress, but that's for Sen's Fortress, not right now. I'm gonna be honest, Asylum's never gone so well for me before. I'm happy I was able to get that on camera. From the Stray Demon being cooperative and not being terrible to all that. Bird. Look at the bird. It's just everything was coming up good. Everything was fine. Now I need to go down to 222. Oh yeah, she's dead. I need to go back down to Blighttown. Laurentis.
Oh, hello. Oh, please, as always.
Fireball. Flash Sweat is just pure self-defense against fire. Reduces flame damage. That's what it does. That's what it's good for. It has a niche use case in a couple of scenarios, and we may be using them there. We may have desire to use it there, but probably not. Might as well pick those up. They're cheap. And I do have enough to buy Fire Orb. Why not? We're gonna spend the money required to do this.
Goodbye then. Can't...
Now we could cheatsy doodle here. We could use Quailag's Soul or the Soul of the Moonlight Butterfly to dupe souls and get ourselves a max level Pyromancy Flame right now. We're not gonna do that.
Oh, well, oh, please, as always. Goodbye then.
I made a colossal oops here. It'll be fine. We can grind it out down in the swamps. There's actually a bunch of other stuff in the swamp that I need to acquire. I need to get while I'm down there, including Sever. I'm gonna farm the leeches a little bit for Titanite because reasons. But I need roughly 10,000 souls, which I just spent on upgrades. So, never say that Rowdy's a smart man. Also, if we die, we'll be respawning in Undead, the Undead Asylum, the Northern Asylum.
Well, this is unusual. And more importantly, well, I'm Rickert of Vinheim.
Rickert, yeah, this is
I was once
Rickert.
an established smith. Can you? What is... Have you? Oh no, it's safe here. Can't bear the thought of going hollow out there. Although, I must admit, how about this? I'll show you. There's nothing to talk. We're both cursed.
This man is just so completely accepting of his situation. He does not give the slightest fuck.
Goodbye then. Keep your head on up. You really help break.
Now we talk to him again?
Hey, hang on. Is that? I've never seen one like this. What a please, friend. I am a crafter. Oh, really? I will forge a Rickett masterpiece just for you. A weapon to make a...
So now we can make enchanted instead of just magic equipment. I believe making enchanted requires a +10, not a +5.
Come back soon.
But that's for sorcery folk. For people who want to do the magic. I want to point out how unhinged this path is. Like this route I'm taking. It is not good. This isn't perfectly planned out in any good way, shape, or form. kill the large boys. We steal their poop. I wonder if the I know in one of the Souls games, or another Souls game, there's a overkill mechanic for if you do more than a enemy's max health and damage, you get bonus souls out of it. I don't remember if Dark Souls 1 had it. Ah, hey, would you look at that? There's a little dude down there now. Now, before anything happens... I want to sit down at this bonfire. Because there's a bunch of stuff I need to do down here. Including farm souls and acquire equipment. Now, you might have noticed there that I was able to sprint through the marsh. That's what the rusted iron ring does. You can get it... Please get off me. There we go. You can get it very early.
Strange to meet away from the clan, but why I love
and here's the other bit of Shiva the East. He becomes a vendor for some of the rare weapons in the game. You can buy an Uchi katana, a washing pole. One moment, please. I need to sit up. Demon's Great Axe. I don't know if he sells the Great Hammer as well. No, he sells the Claw, the Demon Spear. Demon's Spear. But yeah, the weapon we're going to go for is the Demon Great Machete. He also sells the Light Eastwood Great Ring. This just makes the weapons are more durable. For now, however, there's actually a bunch of stuff that I should do down here. There's a woman who will be sitting here once we get our Pyromancy Flame upgraded. But that's then, this is now. We are going to make some suicide runs for items. We're also going to be doing some interesting combat. Come on. Ooh. God, that noise. These guys are normally a lot more dangerous because they can throw their giant boulders. This is the Great Club. I hate mosquitoes. If I head up over there, there's a... I think that's just a consumable soul, or maybe humanity. But there's the Whip and Wanderer set over there. Also, fun fact, you might notice that the mosquitoes just spawn from the mire. They just appear out of the swamp water. And while there are a unnecessarily large amount of them, they are not in fact infinite. There's a limited number of them. It's just an absurd amount of them. Gonna let my health drop really low here. I should have healed. Hindsight. It's fine. Nothing of value was lost. These leeches have a pretty good chance of dropping large titanite, green titanite, and something else, and I can't remember what. Long story short, they are the titanite farm. The early titanite farm. Fun fact, when Ratty was a much younger Souls player, I farmed these guys a lot because I was doing a holy build and I wanted a divine weapon. And I wanted to have a, I think like a +10 or +5 divine before going into the catacombs, because that is the one place that like holy build, divine builds really, really shine. Down in the catacombs where the skeletons roam. So a thing about skeletons is skeletons in Dark Souls 1 will be revived infinitely if there's a necromancer nearby, if you just normally kill them. But if you have a divine weapon, you can permakill them even while the necromancer's alive, making dealing with the necromancers a lot easier. That's the server. That is not at all where I was looking. Thank you, game. Oh no, the Sever's over there. Sorry. Look, I remember where most items are. Sometimes you just get them swapped around because one item severely overshadows another. Like in this area. In an area filled with enemies that drop large titanite and green titanite, you'll forgive me for forgetting that there was titanite on a body. There's the server. So the thing with the server, not that it's a layer 3 switch, is this has the unique effect of stealing HP. It has the same effect that the Ring of the Evil Eye has. So if you theoretically equipped both, you'd be double dipping on the health steal. Unfortunately, it's heavy as butts. Hold on, my equip load's at 14. It shouldn't be... Oh. Never mind. No, it should be fine. That must have been like... Yeah, that was a pound out of range. That's... A tiny miniature lick rating. Also, we don't have the stats TM to make this work well. It's also just unupgraded. Also, I swear this used to have, what is it? Faith scaling. While humorous, that wasn't particularly effective. There should be a blow dart guy right up here. Oh, he's right on the other side. That's... Oi! Come on. There we go. He's right over there. They're going to see me do a trick here. The spider shield has a unique little minor thing. It says has resistance to poison. That is a bit of a misnomer, because it's more than a resistance to poison. God, I hate mosquitoes. Right, it's more than a resistance to poison. Also, while we're up here, we're gonna real quick re-equip the Chloranthy ring and climb up. Now, you'll notice that I didn't take even a single tick of buildup from that. These guys' darts do pure toxic. The resist poison is an outright lie. It's immune to toxic damage. If you have it and someone's hitting you with something that does toxic, you just won't take buildup. Unless it's like Toxic Mist. Is Toxic Mist in DS1? Here's the Wanderer set in a free falchion. Also, if you're wondering why I'm crawling back up into Blighttown after deciding I didn't want to do Blighttown, there's a pyromancy here. Pyromancy that I want. Ah, you can drop down here from above, and yeah, that's what that's for. Also, I should explain why I'm walking around with the spider shield out and up a lot. It's because I normally skip Blighttown, as is very apparent for me taking backdoor Blighttown. So I don't know exactly where all the blow darters are. Hold on, Ratty's having a moment. Is this the whip? Yeah. Now you drop down from above, and yeah. Ah, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, baby, that's what we're talking about. Hold on. Does this wall come down? No. I don't remember how to get that item. I now remember how to get that item. I hate that he survived that. Such a poor decision making. Such a poor decision to make. No ganja stick. The ganja stick that I'm referring to is the large club. We already have the great club and the normal club, but the large club is dropped by those guys. It has innate poison on it, which can be neat. It's not super useful, but it's there. So here's the trick. That is a mistake. You do not approach it from here. This gets you killed. You go up and around. You can now attack it from its, vulnerable spot. And one of the greatest pyromancies to ever exist. Power Within is a buff that increases your damage while draining your health. Draining your health. Sorry, I was gonna say draws out strength while diminishing your well-being or something like that. Because I've lost my damn mind. The Twin Eagle shield is up over there. The eye auto is somewhere up over there and is easier to get if you're coming from the depths. The problem with pillars. He would be dead, and I would be alive if my weapon didn't dink there. Unfortunate. Now I need to work my way all the way back up there. Now, the good thing about the the dart blower enemies is that they don't, in fact, respawn. They are one and done. Thank you, Lock On. Ah. Blighttown is far less dangerous whenever you don't have the, those poison dart lads constantly spitting at you. That guy is a problem. Can I reach you? Almost. No, that's not what I meant to do. I pressed A, but... Yep, there's an entire path over there. I mean, I've made it all the way here while poisoned, and I've had 7 of these, so I might as well just do this real quick instead of being a moron. I'm sure there's someone out there who's just like, why isn't he using his purple moss? And the answer is because I'm used to not having any purple moss. I'm used to just not having that. So I just wait for it to tick down and heal. More dung. Hey, Lexar. All right, everyone. We'll be back. Be right back in a moment. Well, actually, before that, I better go do what I came here to do. Before I lose all my souls to happenstance.
Well, I've come. Have a look.
All right, so the weapon for the run is going to be the Demon Great Machete.
I see. Suits me fine.
Soon. Also, the Demon Great Machete is one of the weapons I modded to look just a pinch prettier. So before I go, I need to show it off. As you can see, it looks a little rough in the preview, but by equipping it, you can see that it's cleaned up a little bit. Better, worse, arguably worse, but look. If I had a sword such as this, you can bet your ass that if I'd gotten it, it was rusty, I would have taken a wire brush to it. The biggest downside to this weapon is that it's R2, its heavy attack is really butts. It's really not good. It has a massive wind-up. The plus side is this counts as a jumping attack and can't be parried. At least I remember it being considered one, so... So yes, this will be the weapon for the run. It will eventually get, I think, A rank in strength scaling, which is better than the B rank we have here. But for now... This can also be upgraded to plus 15. Can you do the old, I'm not even facing the right way? What are you referring to? The dead angle? Drop all that off. The Black Knight Sword. The Zweihander is never getting used again because we now have the Demon Great Machete. Falchion, Server, Nailbreaker. Hand Axe and Battle Axe will drop off for now. Butcher's Knife, nope. Great Axe, nope. We are going to hold the Morning Star. Oh no, that's... We better not. I do want to do a run where I use the Great Club, but not this run. Not this run. Elite Knight set, my beloved. You're heavy as shit, but you're such an aesthetic. You look so pretty. The dingy set. Boulder armor. We no longer need the boulder armor. And we're going to hold on to this stone set for a little bit. It's going to get replaced with another set soon, but that's then. This is now. Alright, we're good. I need to go do... Hitting him with the big attacks while not even looking at them? No, I don't think so. That is the Dragon Great Axe, Dragon King Great Axe. That's forte. Because it really is just, I have the power. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to go do push-ups and sit-ups. Ooh-wee. Alright, we're back. Sorry. Real quick, I have to adjust my chair. It's, my chair isn't on an even plane, so it sometimes slips a little bit. It sometimes slips. I don't know if that came out clearly before. Yeah. Like, it's not much of a slope, slant, or whatever you want to call it. It's literally just like a couple degrees, but it's enough. I will say I will eventually come back here to get the Ayato, which is a unique katana. But that's more for collector reasons, because I think it's shiny and it makes me happy to have it. More poop. Foolish, Dante. Foolish. Oh, one of them dropped something. Poop. Poop. Out of our dung. Family of the Drakes. Oh, hold on. Was my one... are my feet freaking out as I walk across this? A little bit. Interesting. The new Londo Water Park. So it's worth mentioning that I know that there's a Firekeeper Soul. It's actually directly above where my character is, in that little building past that L shape. In there is a Firekeeper Soul, but it's fine if I postpone getting it. Alright, so right about now, green Titanite doesn't do anything. Neither does blue or red. I don't remember what happens, like, what specifically you get from feeding Prompt, but I'll be able to find out. Green Titanite Shard. Titanite Shard, okay. Blue Titanite chunk becomes green. Green Titanite. And red becomes green as well? Yeah. We're not going to feed it a Titanite slab. We are, however, going to stop and we're going to feed him some poop. Here you go, Frompt. Have some poop. We could feed it the Black Knight sword, but that's not worth it. Nope, that's fine. We can do something cheeky here and sell the Cat Covenant ring and repeatedly get it back for 3,000 souls every time we pass through.
Farewell.
But we're not going to do that. Alright, we'll be going up and up to Andre in a second here. We are popping these consumables because we're going to need to upgrade something here in a second, so... Andre, I need you to hold me.
Well, hello. You seem to need any...
Demon Great Machete. Now we modify it to just +6. We continue to reinforce it. Alright, it's at +9. At +10, we need the very large ember in order to upgrade it. And it's worth mentioning, we could theoretically go get it.
Don't get your...
But we're gonna hold off on that. That's a bit... Well, we could. I could do it, you know. I could go and get the very large ember now. It would just require a little bit of murder. But no, we'll go do that later. After we get the Lord Vessel and after we get the Covenant of Artorias. The Covenant Notorious of Artorias. Of the Abyss. That's a pressure plate. Walk forward, get the snake's attention, walk back. You can parry these snake men, but their head attacks can't be parried, and they have a grab that can't be parried, if I remember right. What do you mean I got that first chance? So, the Mad Serpent Greatsword is also a very good strength weapon, which is something I was interested in. I'm surprised I got it so early. Consumable? Consumable soul. Doo-doo-doo. Quick, someone play Snake Eater. And you're so supreme, Snake Eater. Do a quick double sippy because I know what I'm about to do and it's going to fucking hurt. This guy's a walking Titanite chunk. Problem with large enemies is that you frequently just lose sight of them. There we go. This dude opened the gate for us. But, look, we need the Titanite. We need the chunklers. I'm probably going to die repeatedly here in Sen's Fortress because I'm not going to exactly immediately go towards... I'm not going to try and speed through it. There's a lot of items here. There's a lot of stuff you can do here in Sen's Fortress that I want to do. I don't need to, I want to. So this is one of two places that the Rusted Iron Ring is useful. Blighttown is one, here is the other. And that is the... Bardiche? I don't remember if they let that keep its name as the Bardiche. Or if it's something else in this game. That is over here, right? The scythe, yeah. Bardiche, the Bardiche. Look, that's not a fucking scythe. This is empirically a Bardiche. But it's called the scythe. The Great Scythe is located down in the catacombs. We will be stopping to grab it as well. There is 2 more? I think 2 more? No, yeah, there's 2 more. 2 more of the Titanite demons. I accidentally got him stuck in a loop. Oops. So it's worth mentioning that I did purchase Fall Control, and if I had the intelligence for it, I would be using it now, but I'm too dumb. So in the meantime, we are just going to equip Power Within real quick. Power Within is a secret tool that will help us later, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, okay? It's alright. Okay. Gonna pop a Twin Humanity. I'm gonna kindle this bonfire. Headbutt the sword to make it stronger, you know. We also all get to bask in my goblinness. Again, walk forward, draw the snakemen out. Why do the snake sorceresses throw lightning? Good question. I don't have an answer for you. They just do. They're also one of two sources of... of the curvy sword that they have, the flambage, but, since we did the thing, we can get it off of Shiva of the East instead. Shiva of the East, yes. Quite. Indubitably. Alright, that background one's decided to aggro, which is a problem. Titanite demons, ladies and gentlemen. Titanite demons. That do be how the Titanite demons do. So it's worth mentioning that in addition to power within increasing your damage, I think it also increases your stamina regen. A little bit. Not a lot, but it's there. It's noticeable. Also, you may be wondering, hey, what happened to the onion bro? He was here, right? Where did he go? And the answer is, he's further in. He was waiting for this door to open, so he got dibs. That one in the background getting aggroed randomly, that kills the rat. I need that guy in the background to not suddenly decide he wants me dead. Because dealing with one of them is completely doable. It's completely fine. Dealing with two of them is way, way harder. Also, we're going to do this real quick. Instead of killing them every time and slowly generating a minute amount of souls, we're going to go ahead and drop down. And just pretend they're not there. I mean, they can also... Hold on, he got hit as well. There he is. Look, don't ask me. I don't know. I was gonna let them live. Your hitbox is jank as shit today. I got hit twice there. I had enough health to survive that, but he hit me with two separate hitboxes. That tail of his is a problem. Here's why. It kills me. And I guess this kind of goes to show that while I have the knowledge, I know things, I don't have the technical skill. I'm not actually good at the game. So I run into this problem of, I know what to do, but I just can't do it. Do it. I panic rolled. With that dude charging up lightning in the background and that dude charging up his, well, not charging up, but winding up his long swing. I panicked, and that got me unalived. Regrettable. Horatio, why? You said you weren't going after boss weapons, and Demon Titanite is used exclusively for that. You're right. You are factually correct. But you see, they're down there, and I want them dead. And this is also the only other place in the entire game the Rusted Iron Ring is useful, and I went through the trouble of getting it, so... Why did they give his tail a hitbox? I keep dying to the tail hitbox. Look, the way you deal with Demon Titanites is you always try to dodge to their left. You're right when you face them. But I keep having to dodge to the left because I don't want to because the other Titanite demon is just back there, being a shitter, launching lightning at me. Also, Horatio, if that back one's being a problem, why don't you try to deal with it first? You see, the problem is if I die, I want to be able to get my bloodstain back. There we go. Now we just worry about the dude in the back. Curse you and your delayed hitbox. .294 out of 300. You know, despite all of these runs, my sword isn't taking that much damage. I guess I'm not swinging it that much, so we got that going for us, which is nice. It's just... I didn't think that snake man would follow me down in that way. They normally don't. Also, does anyone else hear, like, Minecraft, like, buttons being pressed? Is that just me? Bullshit. I'm calling it now. So what happened there was I dodged early enough to dodge him landing on me. But that put me too far into my dodge animation, so I actually got hit by his attack. Because both his body is a hitbox and his weapon is a hitbox there. So I did take the hit after dodging the wrong hit. No sign of snake this time. That snake is a problem. Here's why. He's covering for the Titanite demon's weaknesses. My god, you deserve this, Snake. See what I mean? Body hitbox and weapon hitbox. I got greedy there and I went for an extra swing, and that extra swing got me killed. It's fine. I just need to be patient. The problem I'm running into is I keep getting impatient. This is why my early game is so optimized, in heavy quotes, to give me the big damages. Because I'm spectacularly impatient. Like, right now, whenever I went and I looked at my rings, if it wasn't for the fact that I needed the rusted iron ring, I would have crypt RTSR. I would have prepared for RTSR setup here. I hate that that has multiple hitboxes. The problem, TM, is that I'm getting hit twice per attack, and that's enough to unalive me. I suppose there is one more option. There is another option Ratty isn't approaching. And that's the "fuck you, I'm wearing armor" strat. We are going to be slow. This is the heaviest fat roll we can get. We are almost very close to being over encumbered here. But, as you can see, we are much tankier. We also have poise, so we can just ignore attacks. Oh, God. Is that really what I want to do? Is that how I want to approach this? Yeah, kinda. Also, no, there's no other way to get down here outside of that. I guess I could go through and use that drop-off. Did I hit dodge there, right? And it just ate my input? I did, right? Because I feel like I'm getting gaslit. Maybe I pressed it too late. I don't think I did. Maybe I pressed it too lightly. I can't imagine there was any form of input buffer there that messed me up, because that was another thing that happens in some of the other Souls titles is, you're trying to make reactions on the fly and the situation changes, so you're spamming dodge or trying to spam use an item, and we'll have a different action queued up. And you'll end up getting yourself killed because, like, you're trying to roll to get up, and it'll queue up an additional roll after you've already done the safety roll to get up. When after you did the safety roll, you meant to use an item or to attack or do something else, but the game is just like, you wanted to roll again, right? Please do your lightning? I mean, that works too, I guess. Is my button dirty? Is the input not going? Ratty's losing his mind against a single Titanite demon, who he doesn't even have to fight, mind you. I'm just being an idiot, and I want the Titanite skin. Thank you, Lock-On. You're very nice. You see, that works fine, but... I don't know. I'm getting a feeling I had with Sekiro, where it was just like, okay, I wanna do a thing. Alright, I can't trust it to actually take my input properly, so I need to spam it. But spamming it causes problems. There we go, that wasn't hard. Not getting one shot by an odd angled hitbox is nice. Now, we never have to come back down here again, and the rusted iron ring is basically worthless. It gets one... no, it technically gets one more use as I walk back through Blight... No, I get to teleport through Blighttown. No, no, it's worthless now. It could be useful In theory. It might be useful against the Hydras later on. Because there's 2 Hydras in the entire game, if I remember right. One in Ash Lake and one in Darkroot Basin. We know about the one in Basin. The one in Basin does have a bit of water around it that we will have to walk through. So it could be useful there. But the one in Ash Lake, I don't think we're going to have that problem. Large Titanite, which is a welcome sight. That's not what I meant to do. I don't have any kush, any dank kush to use as a body buff to replace this. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Snake. So the way you're supposed to get in here, normally, is that you, up at the top of the fort, there is a ball drop machine, and you use that to... I swear there was an item down here. You use that to send a ball through the wall. But, that involves backtracking through half of Sen's fortress, so I'm not going to do that. This is Big Hat Logan. We have the master key, so we can just let him out now. Hey, Biggie. He's gonna head back to Firelink, so we'll be able to meet up with him there. Real quick. Oh, hey, Power Within wore off, finally.
Ah! Wait again.
Onion Bro didn't realize that we opened the door. Keep talking to him. If you kill him now, you can get his ring, which is the speckled stone plate ring. It gives you extra defense against basically everything except physical. It's very nice if you're indecisive. However, you're better off with just the dedicated stone plate rings. Also, if I get hit by a rock here, I die, so I have to be careful. We're gonna do this here because we just want the fog to go away. There we go. I was gonna say, wait, weren't you supposed to be a mimic? I guess the mimic's somewhere else. The Ring of Steel Protection is bonus physical damage resistance. Very nice. This is the Shodel. Other than, what's his name? Shiva the East, that's the only place to get it. If I remember right, of course. I could be wrong. I've been prone to forget, known to forget. My pickle is clipping through my loincloth. Like, you all saw that, right? Maybe it was just in that spot? No, it clipped through again a little bit. Alright, this is the part where I'm probably going to die. Because this part is reasonably difficult. Large soul, proud knight. It's a long way down. Down there is where we picked up the scythe, in heavy quotes. This is one of the dragon rings? Yeah, slumbering dragon crest ring. Slumbering means stealth? Right? This makes you sneaky. Yeah, no sound whatsoever when you move. There is another ring that I'm going to look to get called the Ring of Fog as part of the stealth duo. The Ring of Fog is going to be very helpful. I second guessed myself there. That's a good way to get myself killed. Wait for the boulder. Oh, I could have made the run. So that noise you're hearing, that's the sound of the contraption that dictates where the boulders go. Is currently turning or rotating to. Take a good look at the chain, and also if you look at the lid, it's moving slightly. This is a mimic. Now, instead of fighting it, a thing you can do is use a Lloyd's Talisman. It's why I bought some earlier. By using a Lloyd's Talisman, you can put it to sleep and take whatever's within. You can use this to farm a symbol of avarice. It's an item, a unique drop from mimics. It's basically the chest that is their head. It's a helmet. It'll increase item drop rate. I'm going to hold off on farming it now because I want to farm it later in a place called Anor Londo. There are multiple mimics there, and I can use it for runs. The other farming item is this ring. The Covetous Gold Serpent Ring. Yes. I don't think there's anything down there. I don't remember there being anything down there. I'm not going to put it to the test. There's an elevator here. Now, part of the trick with this elevator is that you need to get off whenever it initially hits a little spot for you. If you don't get off, it kills you. Notice the bloodstain. If you try to ride the elevator all the way up, it leads into spikes, and it will just unalive you. Door doesn't open from this side. So this is where, what is it? Griggs goes to die. When Griggs leaves, Firelink, he comes here, and he can't actually make it through Sen's Fortress. Now this one's sneaky. Oh, that's death. It was bound to happen eventually. There's a snake man on the far side of this bridge. Actually, there's 2 snake men, and if you're grave lorded, there's a red phantom snake man, like, right at the far side. He's very annoying. What? I'm genuinely surprised that hit me. That doesn't seem right. This is, once again, the problem of patience, and my big downside, my big weakness. In my defense, how was I supposed to know that he was going to hit me through the entirety of the pillar? Lock on, please. Now, the sad part is there are no good shortcuts in this area. I was trying to heavy attack on the way down. Look, hear me out. I've still got Elden Ring controls on my mind. As I was going through there, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna plunging attack, heavy attack him, right? No. In Dark Souls 1, that's just you just press R1. Now, you notice as I come through here, the, yeah. I'm mad that hit me. Alright, I'm gonna do something cheeky and cheesy here. By quitting and reloading, it will reset the position of the balls. Also, if you're willing to risk it for the brisket, this is the other place the elevator goes right before it kills you. If I remember right. No, it's not. Where does this lead? I think that's death. Sorry, sometimes the mind, it escapes me. I think the elevator that has the spikes on it does lead you to a second place, other than just killing you, but now I don't remember where. God damn it, I got impatient. Fun fact. Hi, Crow. That would have been survivable had I had fall control on. But I don't because my character is too stupid. I could put 3 points into intelligence. I could. I'm not going to, but I could. We're going to take a brief stop here in order to do something. Oh, that's 10,000.
Well, you need...
Reinforced weapon. Demon's Great Machete. 2 plus 10. Alright, so this... Now, this can only be modified. Yeah. Also, we can downgrade the Lightning Spear to be a plus 10 spear, which we may end up doing for other reasons, depending on which soul we get. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Trust me, you won't find happiness. I haven't yet.
Don't get your...
Okay, real quick comparison. Yes, you can see the scaling is already coming into play. So they both currently have B scaling, but the B scaling on the Demon Great Machete is slightly stronger than the Black Knight Greatsword. So eventually, the Demon Great Machete is going to outpace the Black Knight Greatsword via scaling alone. That is, in heavy quotes, the big weakness of the Black Knight weapons is that their scaling isn't the best. The Demon Great Machete scaling is second to, I think, the Demon Great Axe, and that's it. Whenever it comes to strength scaling. How are we? Dying repeatedly. Welcome to Dark Souls. We're good otherwise. Again, Ratty's running into the problem of incredible amounts of impatience, and it's killing me, and my nose is feeling a little stuffy. Hold on. The only time you've broken a controller in Rage is from Dark Souls. I'm too poor to ever break a controller from Rage, so... Gotta say, not a feeling I relate to. I swear, the Man Serpent stab and lunge hitboxes are a little bit beyond what they should be. That and my weapon tinks off of walls, why don't theirs? You broke. It wasn't your controller, you're making lots of illegal money. You broke a regular Xbox controller. I mean, you don't want to go on the internet and say, "Oh yeah, I'm making illegal money." Dark Wizard Money Gang, lol lamau. You're an idiot kid and you made a lot of good changes in your life. Look, you act like whatever government tax service you have is gonna be like, yep, we're gonna overlook this. He was just a stupid kid. Said no government official ever. It's whatever. You must be a glutton for punishment. No, just a dumbass. I've lived long enough to learn that I shouldn't tempt fate ever. God damn it, game. So what I was checking was damage resist versus lightning. I checked both my sword and the shield, and they both have 50. Don't ask me why. Ah, Sen's Funhouse. Oh, now my attacks aren't blinking against the walls. Man, I keep hearing footsteps. Little stippy steppies from all around me, and it's making me paranoid. Like, you get what I mean? Deal with the snake first, then worry about weird random stuff. There we go. Why is this here? That's a trick. It hit the wall. At last. Alright, we're at the top of Sen's Funhouse. So a big problem I'm running into is I keep putting more points into strength. I really need to stop doing that. And I need to start putting points into an endurance. However, hear me out. No. Also, there's a couple items in Undeadburg I haven't grabbed that I should probably go about acquiring sooner rather than later, but why? Look, I'm here for a bad time, not a long time. Flame stone plate ring to help against the fire damage that's in the area. Also, Crow, I suppose I should ask, how are you doing? I'm sure the sickness cleared up and the ribs are doing much better. Rack of ribs, you meaty boy. There's a Knight of Baronike over here. This leads to Prince Ricard. Foolish. Right. Before you didn't show up to my streams for a long period of time, you did say your birthday was at the end of the month. Happy belated birthday. I hope it went well. Bye, Ricard. Beginning. 7th of January. I think I last saw you in December, so... It would have been around the end of the month. But yeah, you're right, it's the beginning of January. There's the rare ring of sacrifice, some Jesus juice. A divine blessing. But we're not here for that. Hey, if that giant who opened up Sen's Funhouse was still alive, we'd be able to see him. From around here, TM. I think. I don't exactly remember, actually. I'm confusing myself. So a really dumb but really fun tech you can do here in Sen's Funhouse is if you have enough faith for the miracle force, you can force the giant orbs away from you. You can just use force to make them not hit you. We're off to see David Blaine if I can make the jump. I can't, so we're gonna grab the crossbow. I suppose it's a good thing that Mr. Giant Firepot Thrower can only throw them in predetermined locations. Alright, we're gonna make an attempt to get to David Blaine again. This jump is super tricky for me because I'm stupid. There we go. David Blaine! David Blaine, I missed you! Look at him. Look at how he floats like a foot off the ground.
What? What? Who are you? Ah, another undead, eh? I took on Sen's fortress alone. But I'm no different from those vile creatures. I was driven by conceit. Ah, you think you're different? That you can handle it? Yes, I remember that feeling. For I was the same. So, let me help you out. With your soul searching. There's nothing more to say. I'm finished. We're both on the end of story.
So he sells weed, in addition to black firebombs. Titanite shards. He sells the greatsword, the Baldur's shield, and the tower shield. The Katarina set, the steel set, which is the Knight of Baranike set. Does it say this is... Yeah, Helm of the Knights of Baranike. And he also sells the Baldur set. He does not, in fact, sell the Baldur Swag Sword, which is a massive missed opportunity. He does sell the Great Sword, the Great Axe, the Baldur Shield, and the Tower Shield. I am tempted to pick up the Tower Shield, but we will be picking up the Black Iron Shield eventually, so we don't need to worry about it. I'm tempted. So the Greatsword has a unique heavy attack, unique in heavy quotes, where it's just a heavy stab, and that would be good. As far as Ultra Greatswords go, it is on the faster side, like the Zweihander, but no, I've made my choice.
Nothing at all?
Bye. I was gonna say, wow, I almost fell to my death there. I can't believe I managed to get around that pole, and then I immediately like, went to the edge again for some godforsaken reason and died. There we go. We will have to go human for the boss fight. There's a unique summon who I'm obligated to show off. Everyone knows him. Everyone loves him. It is Black Iron Tarkus. So Big Dick Tarkus is going to help us out with the Iron Golem fight. Fun fact, like, I'd say like 8 out of 10 times Tarkus will just solo the boss if you let him. I don't think I've ever seen that spit attack before. We need that cell key in order to unlock the shortcut from the bottom to the top of the funhouse. God damn it. I will say, I do enjoy the enemy design of Dark Souls 1 a fair bit more than some of the other Souls games. Sure, early game it's filled with just copy-paste undead, but I feel like they scale in an interesting way. Because you start with generic, nearly naked undead hobos, then you get to, like, rarely knights, a knight of Baronike, and some Balder knights. And then you get to Sen's Funhouse, where it's all Knights of Baronike and Balder Knights. Really here to show you that you're getting into tougher places. Then you get to Anor Londo with its Silver Knights and its demons. We sent that down so that it would unlock the shortcut. We're going to wait for that chain to stop, and if the door on the right opens, it means we're okay. Yeah, alright. So we now have a shortcut from the bottom to the top of Sen's Funhouse. Alright, this part is going to be a little tricky, because that corner gets firebombed. And there's a sniper crossbow Balder Knight. A sniper Balder Knight? A Balder Knight crossbowman who hangs out and is annoying. God damn it. I forgot the fire lingered for so long. That fire lingers for a very, very long time. I also assumed the explosion radius was smaller. Oops, oops. Ratty forgot. Also, this does give me an opportunity. I don't think any of the Knights of Baronike respawn. Does that dude over there respawn? Yeah, he does. Okay. I could farm him for large Titanite shards if I wanted, but I'm good. I'm okay. Hey, a free rapier. I've done more than one rapier build in my time with Dark Souls 1. The rapier and Ricard's rapier are both very fun choices, but I tend to stick to the normal rapier because the shtick of Ricard's is that it has a unique R2 chain. Its heavy chain is special. Alright, be healed to full. We are going to be going directly above where we are right now to kill that giant, so he stops throwing fire pots. This room is where the summon sign for Black Iron Tarkus will be. A true legend with a massive great sword and great tower shield. His Black Iron shield. A free chunk. Sorry, that's for therapeutic reasons. No, we did it wrong. Come on, Ratty. Also, if you're wondering why I'm not just using the Homeward Bones, I have plenty of them. I don't know, it's just a habit I've gotten into. It's weird. But Horatio, you shouldn't do it anyway. It's wrong and you're abusing the game. You're correct. I shouldn't be doing it. I don't deny that. It's just... Look, sometimes you just stop caring after a few hundred hours. Also, you may notice that there's no longer firebombs being thrown at me. We could go kill that giant as well, but he does... I don't know... I don't think he respawns, but there's no reason to, because he just... That trap with all those orbs will continue to function even without him there. Now, it's worth mentioning that the lightning spear that drops in this level from that one mimic is actually pretty useful here. Like, it does pretty good damage against the iron golem, so if you have the stats for it, this isn't a terrible choice if your current strategy isn't working. The damage isn't bad either, being split between physical and lightning, but it has no scaling, so this doesn't hold up very well. I am, of course, going to continue to be using the, Oh, the... Huh? I'd best not worry about it. Here it is! Iron Tarkus. Look at the size of this lad. Now, Tarkus is a bit chunky, so don't expect a whole lot of speed from him. Also, I talked about this before, so I might as well show it off now. He's got a shockwave attack. You can partial parry it. I messed it up. Whoopsie poopsie. Bye. You did your best, Tarky. Bye, Tarkus. I'll miss you. Alright, you'll notice that there are some gargoyle statues around. I wonder what this is for. What's this ring of light? We are going to get kidnapped. Help! Hilfa! These guys exist just to take you back and forth from, Sten's Funhouse and Lordran. How did I never realize that this is just a slowed down section of Ornstein and Smo's boss fight song? Okay, they dropped me here. So fun fact, if you come here and you feel completely out of your depth, completely overwhelmed, you don't have to stay here and continue fighting. You can interact with this gargoyle here, and he'll take you back. Yep. So this is where a lot of people got filtered. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people got filtered in Orlando. Between the rafters section, the giants, the anal bruisers of Anne Orlando, there was a lot of reason for people to get like just frustrated, just say I'm done with this. And that's fair. That's fair. This is a difficult section of the game. Alright, I should not play stupid games and win the dumbest of prizes. There's a bonfire right around this corner that I'm going to use. I'm going to upgrade my Estus once at the Darkmoon Knightess. She has a name, I've just forgotten it. Also, is it time? Let's see. 503. 522. It's almost time to switch over weapons.
Well, welcome to the lost city of Anne Orlando, chosen undead. If you seek Lord Gwyn's old keep, exit here, and head. If you are the chosen one, what follows thereafter depends. What is it? What am I? Well, I am the keeper of the bonfire. If not for me, what beacon would there be in this lost city? A gatekeeper.
So, she's a member of the Blades of the Darkmoon. Since I'm not playing like 10 years ago when this game came out, my only choice if I wanted to join the Darkmoons is to go farm crows in the painted world of Ariamus. And I don't have the sanity for that, so no. Yeah, come here. A statue of Ornstein, which is just... Do these guys have the self-heal miracle? So some of these giants do actually have access to some miracles. The ones with the blue tabards in the main hall definitely do. I just don't remember if these guys do as well. I was trying to roll between his legs. Notice the chain? Notice the mouth? Absolutely safe. A 3 Demon Titanite to go with all the other ones we've collected so far. That's good old Ornstein. And there's Smo on the far side. Now, full disclosure, as soon as I do all of this, there are a couple things that I need to do. I'm immediately going to go to Darkroot, and I'm going to go unalive Sif. Why am I going after Sif immediately? Because I don't want to kill, Crimson Dude. I think I said his name earlier, but I've forgotten it already. Why did he die in one hit? No good luck. It's a pity. A free Twinkling Titanite. Ah, right. I didn't explain. This leads to the Duke's Archives. We'll have to come here later. I could go to the... You know, I could go to the Duke's Archive immediately. Go there, take care of that section, finish out Witch Beatrice's quest line. Get Siglinda out... Yes, potentially. No. I'll be honest, I remember there being a mimic here. Don't know why. Maybe I did a randomizer run some years ago, and it's forever tainted what I think about the game. Like, some of the enemy placements, I mean. Alright, let's go for a Gargoyle Tail Axe. These guys do not respawn, so... I essentially need to do it right this time. There we go. Perfect. And we got a halberd out of it. Very nice. So, does the halberd also give the status resistance that the... No, it doesn't. So, the Gargoyle Tail Axe has the unique effect of raising all of your resistances. Yes, it can be used as a bronze battle axe, bends dramatically during large attacks, owing to its nature as a tail. You'll note that I had some statuses build up there. This does do something. I don't know what it is, though. Yeah. You can see that upon equipping it, I get a little status effect. Wait. Yeah, it also it gives me a little bit of extra resistances to statuses. Alright, I forgot. I thought it did. I don't think it's as dramatic as the thing in the stuff. Yeah. As the tail axe. Okay, good. They're within one shot. At least when they're in fall instability. Wow, these guys actually don't have that much health. These are referred to as Painting Guardians. Because that's what their set's called. It's the Painting Guardians set. Come on. The problem with the crossbows is that they're kind of limited by lock-on range. And here we get to see the issue with my weapon of choice here. He fell off anyways. Not. So, a problem I'm going to run into with using Ultra Great Swords on the incredibly narrow banisters is that I'm using an Ultra Great Sword that has incredibly wide sweeps on a very narrow platform, which is a very good way to die repeatedly. In fact, that's how Black Iron Tarkus died. Tarkus canonically managed to get through Sen's fortress and did make it here. I think it's established that he's the one who breaks that window for all of us. Regrettably, he is not a nimble fighter, and walking a tightrope in heavy armor with a great shield and a great sword isn't a very easy task. So he plummets to his death. We find his corpse in the corner. Also, you'll notice no gargoyle here. I will say it is nice to run into the gargoyle. It does do wonders for your ego, letting you see how far you've come. After having that first oh shit moment with them way back in the belfries. What happened? You make it all the way to Anor Londo, and you're now just ready. You get to see the incredible amount of difference. How much stronger you've become. Alright, this time around, I know game. Grab the black bow of Ferris, and we'll use that. I was trying to be cheeky and use the sniper crossbow for, you know, sniping purposes, but it doesn't work. Yeah, we're just going to use the lightning spear here. I don't care if I'm moving slow, because this is fine. I don't want to actually move too quickly. There's a skip I will do up ahead, which is all risk, no reward for how I'm going to be going through this, but... Alright, so from right here to this right part, you can run and jump over there if you're at light equip load. I said I was going to do the skip. I'm not. It's not worth it. It's all risk, no reward for me. That singular jump is what speedrunners do. That is part of the speedrun route TM, if I remember right. Not so fun fact. Painting Guardians can and will backstab you. They're capable of stabbing you in the back. Why do I remember there being, like, an item down here or around here? I lowered the chandelier, right? Yeah, I did. Is there something over on the right? No, there's nothing over here. That's a wall, and that kills you. Ugh. Uncomfortable. You know, I probably should have picked up the heal. The little miracle. I think I have enough faith for it. Yeah, at base. Cutscene was broken in OBS. Don't worry, it was just of this going downward. Gargoyle shield, another gargoyle helm. Alright, we now have a shortcut to TM. We now come down the elevator and just walk across. There is another location, which we need the Dark Moon Seance Ring for, or we need to do something naughty for, but we're not going to be doing the naughtiness. It's an option. It's there. We're not going to do it. Fuck your mom. And fuck you. His tail doesn't have a hitbox. Its tail. Right in the pooper. Right where it belongs. Thank you, game. Thank you, Lock-On. Lock on, please, I beg you. Lock on. Jesus fuck. All right, so lock on was being a bit of a ne'er-do-well. This lock-on system is going to drive me absolutely bonkers. There's nothing over there. There's nothing up over there. Come down. There's that dude down there waiting for us. Give him a nice little poke. Hey, Kuja. How are you today? I stopped in your stream. I didn't say anything, but I was watching for a little bit. And how's it going? We got through Sen's Funhouse. We got our weapon for the run TM. Behind me. As you can hear, the anal bruisers of Anolondo have awakened. They are here for my butt. Oh god, the 60 FPS. The 60 FPS is killing me. This kills the rat. You're good. You got vegetarian burgers. I'll read your message when I'm not dealing with the anal bruises, okay? Damn it! Ugh. And you're good. You got vegetarian burgers with grated cheese on top and fried onions. Sounds lovely. Not for me, but lovely all the same. You're an avid meat eater, but you love you a good veggie burger. I will say I'm not a fan of the fake meat varieties, but I guess veggie burgers have been around so long and people have been trying to perfect it for so long that of all the like vegetarian replacements, I guess, like vegan friendly options, I don't know how to phrase it, but like, you know, Beyond Chicken and whatnot, and the other stuff, that kind of stuff. We're trying to be meat, a meat replacement. Like, veggie burgers are probably the one that's made it the farthest. Yeah. Vegetarian is nice, but vegan is disgusting. I've never heard anything good about, like, the Beyond Chicken nuggets. Like, I've heard that they're, like, eating rubber. Like, if you've ever, for some godforsaken reason, decided to chew on a bouncy ball or a rubber band, I've heard it's like that. And I got flattened. Veggie burgers don't say that they taste like burgers, they taste like veggie burgers. I guess the biggest problem I have with veggie burgers and most vegetarian options is that my first exposure and most prolific exposure to those things were from school lunches. And being exposed to school lunches regardless of like where you're from. It always makes it not good. At least for vegetarian, you can still eat dairy. Where did that... Did I take a little bit of fall damage whenever I was doing elevator stuff? You were vegetarian all through high school. And how did that go for you, bro? I had a teacher. I think they were... Yes, they were vegan. Yeah. But they were vegan for health reasons. I suppose I remember the vegan teacher fondly because they weren't insufferable. Unlike a lot of the people who were my age who were vegan or vegetarian who were completely insufferable about it. Very well, actually, you decided to eat meat again because you got drunk one time and ate a piece of fried chicken. It only takes one. You had a piece of fried chicken. Yes, some tasty, greasy cock. This is where I joke where Italians have that effect on people. Ah. You thought you'd miss meat, but because you only eat fish and seafood and veggie stuff, you adapted to it. When I say I couldn't survive on, like, vegetarian or vegan, it's not because I wouldn't be able to adapt to the taste. It's because I'm too poor to buy supplements every day. I cannot afford those supplements. Boy howdy. What the hell was that bounce? What? Hold on, game. Hold on, you've cheated me here with this one. You understand that it's not too bad for vegetarian because you don't need to take too many supplements. Yeah. Although this talk of vegetarian and vegan, what is it with you two and every time you show up in chat, the conversation steering towards dietary things and vegetarianism and veganism and food? I don't mind, it's just I'm beginning to notice a pattern here. Well, you went to culinary school. Well, that's like your profession, man. Probably because every time you were making food, you did culinary at college. And like a vegan, it's all you talk about. I mean, like, I'll phrase it this way. My experience with, like, vegans and vegetarians hasn't been all bad. But the times they were bad, boy howdy, were they fucking shit. My God. I swear, it's like the person who's a vegan or vegetarian, they go one of two ways. They remain the same, their diet changes. Or somehow their diet becomes the entirety of their personality. One way or the other. Everyone has their own thing. It's what makes us different. Ah, yes, our grossly incandescent boy has made his way here.
There you are. You've been quiet these days. Smooth summoning out there. Anytime you see my brilliantly shining signature, do not hesitate to call upon me. You've left me with quite an impression. I would relish a chance to assist you.
You're such a precious boy, Solaire.
You really are fond of chatting with me, aren't you?
Yes.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you had feelings for me.
I do.
Pretend you didn't hear that. You really are fond.
Alright, so Anne Orlando has a lot to it, and you can't really go to Anne Orlando and talk about Anne Orlando without addressing the skip in the room, which is the stair skip, which I will be showing off, but I will also go through Anne Orlando properly, in heavy quotes. 3 sunlight medallions. Very nice. Now, the mimics that are located here in Andy Londo are predominantly coins. However, there is an occult club in one of them. What's my favorite Dark Souls? Like from the Soulsborne series, or specifically from the Souls series? Just the trilogy? Oh, so you're even counting Demon Souls out of it. Alright then. Probably Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 is where it started for me, and it's a game out of all of the Dark Souls games, it is the Dark Souls I have the most time in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be fat now. Because we've just gotten a hovel set. Alright, if I take off Hovel's ring, am I... Yep, I am beyond fat rolling. Also, we have the stats for the... If we two-hand Hovel Shield, we can wield it. If we two-hand the Dragon Tooth, we can wield it. Actually, can we one-hand it? Is this 40 or 50? This is 40. We can one-hand Dragon Tooth. The Dragon Tooth is unique as far as dragon weapons go, in that it doesn't have a unique R2. Well, it does, in that it has a really heavy wind-up R2, but it also has incredible durability, and it provides you a defensive buff for just having it equipped. It gives you additional, what is it, magic defense? I have too much junk on me. So yeah, the Dragon Tooth will never break as it is harder than stone, and it grants its wielder resistance to magic and flame. Yeah. So, real quick, to show this off, I'll strip down to my skivvies again. First try. We're going to drag this guy up here, and we're going to deal with him up here. Silver Knights aren't nearly as tough as their, Black Knight counterparts. This is the Silver Knight set, which is very pretty. I used to run a mod that replaces the cape on the Silver Knight set. So, like, it has a cape. I used to have one that replaces it with feathers. So it was like a little feather cape. Because I thought it looked nice. This door only opened from this side, so yeah, that was a shortcut. And we've effectively skipped through all of Anor Londo. We're now at the end. We can just repeatedly run at the boss until it dies. And how does he carry it? Like, how does that go through small doors? Magic. Or in this case, because you're the player character. I mean, in all fairness, the original owner of the armor, Archbishop Hovel the Rock, he was completely undone by a locked doorway and narrow hallways. Also, get that parry practice in, learn to parry the Silver Knights, and you'll have a very easy time in Anor Londo. Like, the latter half of Anor Londo is mostly Silver Knights. Also, that breathing you hear is a demon Titanite demon. There we go, a symbol of avarice. Well, we no longer have to throw Lloyd's talismans at the mimics. We can just kill them now. You can hear the Silver Knights through the walls. There's nothing here. It's just... Door doesn't open from this side. This one opens. Wasn't there a Silver Knight in here? So what I'm trying to do is a jumping attack, and I keep messing it up. There we go. There's an archer on the far right. I've spent an ungodly amount of time in Anor Londo, by the by, if you haven't noticed previously. Oh, that was a mistake. Nice ass. Right. Siegmeier.
Whatever.
He's whinging that there's a room full of enemies and he can't get through. I like how they just put up, concept art on the walls as paintings. It's very nice.
What's on your... Wait. You defeated those monsters?
You get the tiny beings ring from this. Yeah.
But we warned.
He tries his best. Yep, and that just leads us around in a circle. Oh, right. So whenever I entered that room, I looked around cautiously because I thought there was a third one in there. That was the one I killed through the wall. I knew I killed one in that room, but I just forgot. Whoops. And now we're back to where we did the skip from. This is the short path. There's a Titanite demon in this room. Titanite demons can lick my ass. This is probably the worst Titanite demon in the entire game, just because it's in a fucking shoebox. It's been a very long time since you played DS1. It's been the same for me. Sometimes I come back to Dark Souls 1 and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just real quick make a build, and then I remember I can't do PvP anymore because I'm on OG DS1 and I refuse to buy the remaster. And that's not me saying OG is just as good. It isn't. Like, this looks terrible. It runs very questionably. The remaster is the way to go if you want to play Dark Souls on PC. But I don't have financial liquidity. What the fuck you talk about? So I just kind of accept that if I ever want to go back, I go back to good old Prepare to Die edition. He won't move unless you approach. God damn it. Horatio, why do you take these fights? They're obviously bad. I'm spectacularly stupid. Hold on. That's stone. Hovels, 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 hovels. We're gonna slap on the hovels and see if that saves us. I will say the amount of damage we take is now much, much lower. Boy howdy, look how fat I am. Also, can I say how much I love Hovel's helmet? Like, look at it. Release me! Death! Though I have so little health that the highest defense arm in the game doesn't in fact save me. I am too squishy. This is why you don't put all of your eggs into one proverbial basket by having a dump stat. Also, what I'm looking for is they can drop Silver Knight weapons, which are... they're not great, but I like them. There we go. Ooh, 2 Demon Titanite. How fortuitous. Time for the Great Hall. There's a few things I have to do in here. First and foremost... yeah. There is a long piece of nonsense on the other side. Also the 2 Tabard boys. Also, fun fact, the first time I ever encountered a vagrant was up here. The Dragon Slayer stuff. Excuse me, game. There we go. Giant blacksmith. We can do some weapon reinforcement here. We can repair here, which we should do. We can purchase the giant set. Bunch of Titanites of different varieties, including an infinite amount of Twinkling Titanite, which would be useful. Look, hear me out. I could just real quick buy the giant set and power up the base cannon. But we're not going to. Come on. Reinforced weapon. Reinforced greatsword to +4. And then I need 3 more, and then that's maxed out Black Knight Greatsword. Alright, am I going to be able to afford it if I pop all my consumables? Maybe. Oh yeah, we're going to be able to afford it. Sup, biggie? Purchase item. Force weapon. +5. Alright, so that's the end. The only way the Black Knight Greatsword can scale further is if we upgrade our strength. Gonna buy some larger Titanite as well. It's a secret tool that'll help us later. Don't worry about it. Alright, so this now has 330 with B in strength. You can see that it's now outscaling with... So that plus to the right side is extra damage from the stat scaling. You'll notice that both the Black Knight Greatsword and the Demon Great Machete both have B scaling, but not all Bs and stat scalings are created equal. I am going to get my strength even higher, but for now I need to focus on both upgrading my endurance so I can roll more proficiently, and getting in the final 5 upgrades for Demon Great Machete. Shortcut. It was intentional, I promise. Alright, so there's a handful of things I need to do in this main hall. I need to take out the archer, take out the big boys. More importantly, get the thing and the stuff in the open. The main doors open. Why do I need the main doors open? In case I decide to get a little naughty. Really? I'm mad that hit me. So yes, that's your first taste of the miracle casting blue tabard giants. Searching for World of the Guilty. Normally you need to be human. I thought you had to be human for this, but I guess not. So that dude in red is a mage, that dude on the right is a Dex Partisan user. Mage taken care of. That's his backup dancer taken care of, and for pure revenge sake. Say goodnight, Lautrec. Bye. Bye-bye. Alright, so that is the Ring of Favor and Protection, or shortened to FAP Ring. More HP, more stamina, more equip load. But it has commitment issues, so if you put it on, you'd best be ready for that to be in that slot forever. Now, these blue tabard knights will respawn, or giants will respawn. Oops. I don't even know if they have any unique drops. Well, that's everything in heavy quotes for this area. Alrighty then. So I'm going to turn human, I'm going to go grab Solaire, and we're going to take on the hardest boss of Dark Souls 1, Ornstein and Smo. Unless we're counting Bed of Chaos, because Bed of Chaos can eat my ass. No one counts Bed of Chaos. Man, I can't tell you the amount of times, like, way back in the day, back when Baby Ratty was, new to Dark Souls, I ran out of humanity here, and, like, I kindled the bonfire, but I was getting my shit pushed in, so here I was, sitting here, killing Black Knights over and over again, trying to get a humanity out of a random drop. Like, every enemy in the game has a very small chance to just give you soft humanity. At least I think they do. And just poor young rat trying to get through here, just... Not a word about how he hit me there. Why did you have to have your shield up for that? So, ladies and gentlemen, remember how Ratty told you all to learn to parry and this place will be easy, and how at the moment I stopped trying to parry enemies, I've started to die repeatedly for dumb reasons? Anywho. I think after this, Solaire is available for 2 more boss fights if I play my cards right. So he's available for ONS to help you out and draw aggro from one of the bosses. And he's available for Centipede's Demon, and after that he's available for Gwyn, the final boss. Summoning Phantom. Run, we enter the ONS fight. Fatty. Snorlax. The basketball. Slim Jim. Pikachu. So the plan here, as dumb as it is, I'm gonna try and kill Ornstein first. I really need Fatty to stop doing the charge attack. His shovel attack is my kryptonite. I'm really bad at dealing with it. See what I mean? That charge. Like, I know that's his gap closer, but damn, is it annoying. Also, I have no idea what Slayer's up to these days. How did that hit me? I rolled too early on that one. Solaire! Solaire! Where are you? I think Solaire's getting wombo comboed by the giants outside, which is funny to me. Alright, alright. Fine game. Oh wait, no, I have to summon Solaire for this because I need the co-op for the Sun Medallion. Someday they'll drop it. Someday. Not today. So I guess I should explain. Humanity in the top left that is on the number gauge is called soft humanity. Humanity that hasn't been consumed yet is referred to as hard humanity. Also, a problem I'm running into is my depth perception is really not good, and I keep misjudging swing ranges. swing ranges. I will say one thing Dark Souls 1 does, I think a little bit better than at least Elden Ring, is in Elden Ring, I always felt like my attacks were falling way shorter than they should have. That wasn't as much of a problem. I haven't had that much of a problem with that in Dark Souls 1. Granted, Dark Souls 1 doesn't have you fighting giant enemies all the time. God, Elden Ring and its fascination with screen-eating abominations. Pancake. Stellair's trying his best here. Stellair's fighting for his goddamn life. Really? Ah, Titanite junk. Not. Good luck, Stellair. I believe in you. Alright, I want you to pay attention to Ornstein's fingers on his right hand. Note, they're still moving. They're still moving. And, Smo, being Executioner Smo, executes. Also, he's a confirmed cannibal. Kill me. Thank you. Now, you might be wondering, Horatio, why did you do that? And the answer is because I need to kill Smo first. Yeah, I know. I think I said before that I wanted to kill Ornstein first. Technically, that makes the fight easier. Killing Ornstein first and having Super Smo be the Phase 2 makes the game easier. And technically, it's better for my build since I'm strength and the game's soft-locked. Whoops. I'll get the game relaunched here in a second. It makes the boss fight easier, and getting Smo's hammer out of transmogging his soul would probably do me more good. But, there is a unique ring tied to killing Smo first. If you kill Smo first, Ornstein will say a prayer for Fatty and then absorb power from him and become Super Ornstein. Super Ornstein drops a ring when he dies. Hey, the Silver Knight Straight Sword. So, Silver Knight Straight-Sword was one of my friend's favorite weapons in this game. Like, it was his go-to. He loved the damn thing. No idea why. I should have cleaned my inventory when I was back at the bonfire, but yeah. Silver Knights of Anor Londo guard the city using this beautifully slender weapon. The chain attacks in which the wielder takes great advancing steps, makes use of his body weight, are deadly even in single hits. I don't remember why he liked it so much, but I do remember he did. That was years ago. That friend had a warped sense of justice. So what I mean by that is, so he used to do low-level invasions. He kept an unupgraded weapon for like normal people. But if you were a sorcerer, if you were playing a low-level sorcerer, he would whip out like the +5 chaos dagger and would one-shot you. He hated mages. Can't say I blame him given what mages are in Dark Souls 1, but a little bit extreme, don't you think, lad? Yes, Soler's muy caliente, steppy step. So, you might have noticed that when Soler fell there, he did a little bit of fire damage. He burned the giant a little bit. That's because one of the rings he has equipped is the orange charred ring. We'll be acquiring the orange charred ring later. Hi, Ornstein. Good to see you. What? Oh yeah, his hammer blocks attacks. There we go. There goes Smo. Smoth. And now we're fighting Super Ornstein, who's traded all of his agility for some dump truck butt slams. What? Hey, Poe. How you doing? We're fighting super... Where are my pants? My brother in Christ, I'm a naked goblin. Oh, I'm just a little goblin. Nope. Soler! Goodbye, Solaire. It was nice knowing you. Oh, Solaire! Solaire, how did you survive that, buddy? Whew. There's the Leo ring, the humanity, and the sunlight medal. Very nice! That's Smo's elevator. Ornstein's elevator is over here. Because he's Solaire. He's the golden boy. Also, because we held off on killing, Lautrec, his armor is down over here. The armor of protection? The armor of favor? I don't remember. Yeah. The favor set. For whatever reason, I don't understand why. I don't know why. I shouldn't have to ask why. Lautrec is often shipped with the Dark Moon Knightess.
Thou hast journeyed far, and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child. O chosen undead, I am Guinevere.
You're a lie. That's what you are.
Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his wounded obscureth, I have a...
So we can now teleport between bonfires.
and beseech thee. That
So, fun fact,
chosen undead, thou
if you enter a covenant with Guinevere and become part of the princess's guard,
now thou
you gain access to all of 2 additional miracles. Soothing Sunlight and Bountiful Sunlight. The strongest heal in the game and the strongest heal over time in the game. We have to come here real quick. We need to return the soul of... Oh, there you are.
Well, fancy you did much from the up above. You know, the gates. Is that? Yes, it's... Well, please.
Thank you for Emit Force.
There, I'll be... There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries.
He's heading down below, so his quest takes him through the Demon Ruins. Also, you teleport between our bonfires. I think everyone would. But hey, just like your waifu, she isn't real. By restoring this Firekeeper, I didn't show it off before, but she couldn't talk initially. But by restoring her soul, she can now talk again.
Anastasia. Now I can continue my duties. I only hope that my impure... Forgive me. I am impure. Please, leave. I wish...
She's real to you. Yeah, I'm sure. So yeah. Alright, so I need to go body check Sif. Which is a pity, which is a shame. Enjoy your lurk. Sunlight Altar, Anne Orlando, Chamber of the Princess, Daughter of Chaos, Depths, Undead Parish. I forgot how restricted the teleport points were. If you upgrade a spear to +10, you can then turn it into Ornstein's spear. If you upgrade an axe to +10, you can turn it into Golem's axe. Quelags, if you upgrade a curved sword, like the Scimitar, Scimitar, or Falchion, to +10, you can make Quelag's Fury Sword. With Moonlight Butterfly, if you upgrade a shield or a spear, the shield makes the Crystal Ring Spear, or Crystal Ring Shield, which has good, it has okay physical defense, not 100%, but it's there. I think it's like 90%, but it also has like 80 or 90% magic defense, so if you're getting butt blasted by magic, making the Crystal Ring Shield probably isn't a terrible idea. The spear you make from it is the Moonlight... Was it the Moonlight Great Spear? Moonlight Twin Spear? I don't remember. No one makes it. For good reason. I'm still a member of the Forest Keepers, so... You know, I might as well do this while I'm walking through. I don't think it'll make any difference, but it'd be really funny if I managed to snag an invasion. So it's worth noting that the way invasions work in Dark Souls 1 is you can invade infinitely upward. So me at level 52 could invade someone at level 387, level 878... And there wouldn't be a whole lot I could do about it. I just have to kind of shrug my shoulders and say, well, it's fun while it lasted. This will be my last message. Farewell to you, boys. Alright, so the plan here, dunk on Sif, the poor good pupper. I then need to go... I need to do a bunch of stuff. Heck. Oh, the cutscene's broken. At least in OBS. I hit dodge game? Do you mind, game? Oh, the game broke lock on. Oh, poor Sif. Sif has entered low health stage. So phase 2 of Sif involves him limping and flailing at you, trying to kill you. Because the grave of Artorias is the grave of Sif's master. Artorias raised Sif, the great wolf, since he was a pup. And the sword that Sif wields used to belong to Artorias. Or Sif. Alright, we're done here. Now that we have the Covenant of Artorias, we can head down to New Londo. And in New Londo, there is an NPC. Ingward, I believe his name is. Is it Ingward? Well, long story short, we need to get to Ingward and do stuff from there.
Well, use it neat. Don't get yourself.
Bye. Thank you, Andre. Very kind. You go to Firelink. And then from Firelink we head down. Now, we may have put ourselves in a pinch of trouble here. Also, if we never talk to the person with the name and the stuff in the app, talk to Crestfallen, that dude in chainmail who's been there the entire game, he never goes hollow. He doesn't go insane. Now, there's a pretty solid chance I'm gonna have to do an unsavory strategy if I die too much. So the unsavory strategy is that, in this area, there are a bunch of ghosts. Ooh, ghosts! And those ghosts, they're immune to damage. You physically cannot hit them. Unless you're cursed. Or use the item Transient Cursed. But Transient Curse doesn't, it doesn't exactly linger. Like, it doesn't last nearly as long as I'd like. Also, you can see them below the water. There's that Firekeeper soul I was talking about previously. You can sequence break this area. I don't think I've ever done it, but I've thought about it. I've thought about it a lot. Welcome to why I've thought about it a lot. This area, in addition to having enemies that you just can't normally attack, someone on the dev team thought it was a good idea to throw a ton of them at you at a time, and they also attack you through walls. Now, you might be wondering, Horatio, for a brief moment, you talked about an unsavory strategy. The unsavory strategy is, I might just go get myself cursed, which will have my maximum HP, but it'll make it so I'll always be able to attack the ghosts. Also, fun fact, having curse is part of optimal strategy for hyper mode. Having the smallest amount of HP possible, which probably means I shouldn't have upgraded vitality that one time, but having minimum vitality, the Sanctus shield, and then using power within means that the damage you take from power within is based off a percentage of your health. If your health is super low, it doesn't actually do that much damage, and Sanctus restores a flat amount of HP, which isn't very much. But having minimum HP, Sanctus, and power within basically breaks even on your health. So if you're already in hyper mode, if you're already in RTSR range, and you pop power within, you'll basically just be set. You'll basically just be in turbo hyper mode for a while. Now there is one caveat. Proper hyper mode requires the Dragon Torso Stone. And, no. You might wonder, Horatio, what do you mean by no? The Dragon Torso Stone from the Dragon Covenant requires you to put a ton of, what in the world is it called? A ton of Dragon Scales into the Dragon Covenant. Oh. Release me! So you're gonna see this a lot, because this room's a fuck. It's also why I spent all my souls beforehand. Why does it keep bringing me here? Do I keep forgetting to sit down at the Firelink Shrine? Get some armor on. I also want to equip my weapon, because, let's be honest here, no amount of weapon will save me this time around. Perfect. They're in the wall right there. Don't worry about it. You can see the ghost slowly funneling in after me. That chest across the way is the very large ember, which is where we need to go. They're going to be stabbing me through the floor. Or attempting to. Alright, now this part gets very, very challenging and very difficult very fast. No, you don't. First bite ring. I think I got lost. Yep, I got lost. This is fine. So I got confused. I thought this was a different building. Look, hear me out. Whenever most of your experience with an area is running through it, you kind of sometimes forget its layout. Just a little bit. Right, it was that next building. Normally I don't bother getting the curse bite ring, so I guess curiosity mixed with forgetfulness got the better of me. I'm just like, wait a minute. Isn't Ingward supposed to be in one of these buildings? Is it this one? Now, you might remember we kicked down a ladder, which will actually do us a lot, and I do mean a lot of good, because that ladder right over here, that's annoying. It's fine, don't worry about it, just dodge all the attacks. I hate the ghosts. This is the ladder we kicked down much earlier. You can see the ghost over there on the right, which is going to try and stab us in our little feet, our little tootsies. Yes, I know we passed up a shiny. We'll eventually go for it, eventually. It's not super important and not what we... I tried to jump there. The game didn't want me to jump. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Why do the ghosts have to have extendo arms? Why? Really? Welcome to the New Londo Water Park. I might as well leave it. We're gonna die a whole lot in the attempts to get to Ingward. Watch his name be Edward or Edgar or something. And me just having a memory conniption. You know, for a while, way back in yesteryear, back whenever I played this game more, and it was not so dead, I had a mod that changed all the title cards. So instead of like New Londo Ruins, I think it said it used to say something else. I know Darkroot Garden was Needledick Forest, which was hilarious to me. It's still hilarious to me. My sense of humor hasn't changed in years. Nope, I'm a moron. Don't worry about it. Ooh. Okay, that was just an item. Wasn't what we were looking... Ah, right, we had to come up here. I was in the right building, I was just on the wrong floor. I think. Was I? Who am I? Where am I? King Yarel? Is that you? I failed the HP check. Whoops. Right, so I was in the right building, but I needed to take a right when I entered it, I think, instead of a left, and I'm a moron, and I went the wrong way. That path I was taking, the staircase up and whatnot, that leads to a lever, where once we have the key to the New Londo ruins, we'll be able to lower the water level. So it won't be so wet and slappy. God damn it. I swear this place is really cool once you get past all the ghosts. Ghosts only make up at the top half of New Londo Ruins. Once you get through the top half and you start being able to do the bottom half of New Londo Ruins, this place is great. There are dark wraiths, vestibules of humanity. Which would eventually evolve into the pus of man. I am man, said the pus. God damn it. We might have to use the transient curse here and try to clear out this place a little bit, because there are a ton, and I mean a ton of enemies in this location. Alright, this is gonna bother me if I don't do it eventually, so... Parrying dagger. No, we don't need it. Silver Knight straight sword. Nope. Drake sword is already put away. Claymore. We'll put away one of the man serpent swords. We're gonna give the other one to Frompt. The shuttle we don't need. The rapier, don't need Ricard's. Don't need the tail axe. Don't need the club. Don't need the dragon tooth or lightning spear. Don't need these. Don't need that. Don't need that. We're gonna keep the black bow of Ferris. Yeah, we don't even have enough dexterity for the Dragon Slayer Great Bow. The sniper crossbow, you're fucking funny, you know that, bud? I like how it has shot range 70. That's farther than lock-on. And crossbows are only good if you can lock on to the target. Sure, you can try to free aim it, but it's always goddamn miserable. That, we're not going to need this. So, one special rings granted to 4 Knights of Grin. We have 3 of the 4. Oh, I never grabbed the Hawk ring. I should go do that. Yes, this ring strengthens counters with pierce weapons. What that means is, I won't be able to show it off, but you see how I've got stats here, and physical defense, verse strikes, verse slash, verse thrust. So these. Whenever you're doing an action, whether it be rolling or swinging your weapon, your thrust defense drops significantly for a short period of time. Getting hit during that by a thrust attack does a lot of damage. The Leo ring increases the damage bonus you get for that. So if someone's wearing the Leo ring and has a spear and they poke you whenever you're trying to, you know, be cheeky and get a bad swing in, they's gonna hurt you. They's gonna hurt you a lot. I may have to go farm souls and get... No, I'd rather just get cursed. Ah, Lexar, enjoy your lurk. If I get cursed, so, like, it's cheaper to go get cursed and to use a purging stone than it is to deal with transient curses. Because I already have purging stones. Like, I've got 3 of them for a reason. Fun fact, these ghosts can drop their weapons, and I'm gonna be honest, if I can get one, I'll upgrade it to max and I'll use it here. If you want to know why, the weapons the ghost drops have the curse effect on them. They'll be able to hit the ghosts even if you're not cursed. So, like, if I can get one, you can bet your ass I'm gonna use it. I think these guys can also drop transient curses. Not commonly, but... Are they? Yeah, they're on their way. Pain in my butt. You know, whatever. God damn it. Also, no luck with that. So, let's go get cursed. Horatio, you're unhinged. Why would you do this? It's not worth it. That's where you're wrong, kiddo. It's so worth it. I died to the rats. This is the problem of no poise, no armor, and no masturbation. But actually, no poise, no armor is always a fantastic way to get wombo comboed. And why are you like this game? I don't recall Dark Souls 1 teleporting not saving your location to the one you teleport to. I guess that's good old Ratty's poor memory, but... Also, what our curse resistance is 87. How do you have enough poise damage with that tackle? Alright, so we should be able to get ourselves cursed right around this corner. Indeed. There we go. So that skull is supposed to be over our humanity gauge. To basically make sure we know we can't even gather humanity, let alone turn human. Alright, now we just do this run over and over again until we either get it, or we get a drop from the ghosts, in which case then we need to go back to New Londo and farm some souls, get some Twinkling Titanite, and upgrade the Ghost Blade, or Jagged Ghost Blade, whichever one we get. I'd like to get the Ghost Blade, but the Jagged Ghost Blade will work as well. Now the game's taunting me. Is there really no way up? Is this just here to taunt you? To mock you? Like, oh, hey, you can kill those ghosts, alright. I guess so. Not even a shiny out here. I will, moving forward, go after some of the ghosts every now and again, like intentionally. So, to increase the opportunity to actually get the Ghost Blade, or a Jagged Ghost Blade. Look, the reality is I'm going to get a Jagged Ghost Blade. The Jagged Ghost Blade drops from 90% of the ghosts here. The normal Ghost Blade, Ghost Knife, is dropped from... Look at the amount of ghosts that immediately show up. I enter that room and it's just like, yep, he's gotta go. Hold on. Look, there's a chance that the problem here is that I'm a colossal moron. And that I could avoid all of this by just equipping the Slumbering Ring. You know, the Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring, where it produces no sound whatsoever. So if I equip that, will they start pouring in through the walls at me still, or can I dodge that? Also 4 transient curses already. Where were those whenever I was using the transient curse? Not dropping because I didn't have the Covetous Gold Serpent Ring on. I swear this game has a Covetous Silver Serpent Ring too, I just don't remember where it is. It's somewhere. That might just be in Dark Souls like 2 and 3. Also, these guys drop like no souls. This isn't worth it. I will say, I had a friend who got a Jagged Ghost Blade on one of their runs really early. And they used that for basically the entirety of their run, because a mix of, it's not bad, and bleed is always welcome. Nothing this time. Alright, let's put on that slumbering ring we have. Oh yeah, we don't even make noise whenever we do this. Time to see if being super stealthy will help us. No, no it won't. One of them had a drop just in the middle of the air, and I would have never been able to get that. Also, stealth does nothing. We're going to stick with the Covetous Gold Serpent Ring. Also, I might be a colossal moron. Since I'm cursed, all of my stuff can now interact with ghosts. Including my magic. Hold on, we'll be able to test this on the first ghost we run into. And if this works, it should have enough splash damage to help clear out the that clusterfuck room. Also, since we have some dexterity, our cast speed should be not awful. Like, it won't be good, but it could be way worse. Good to know. Alright, so moving forward, that's the plan, I guess. That's the strategy. When the ghosts are alone, I can use the sword, but when they start to clump up, I'll whip out the fire orb. I swear, I have the shittiest luck. Alright, this is fine. We whip out the Pyromancer flame, and we're gonna try and throw fireballs. And I don't know what this is, but I think it'll make a nice fireball. That lock-on was impressive. Oh, that is an ugly baby. By the way, the Estus Flask right now is at +2. The highest it can go is good old +7. Can you get 7 Firekeeper souls in a single run? Yes. Not in a moral run, but you can. Really? I took fall damage from that? Realistically, the ghost room would be a lot easier to deal with if I just, you know, had like Wrath of the Gods, had, what is it, Firestorm? You know, one of the big AoE spells, or magics, or miracles, or pyromancies. Why did it have to be transient curses? Why must this game taunt me? Well, at least we're getting transient curses out the wazoo, so theoretically we could... You done ficked up? What happened, Crow? You put a Kerbin on the moon with no way back. He had a way... Oh, he crash landed? Sorry, it's hard to tell. So, you've crashed, and now he's trapped there. Alright, so we've traded our incredibly heavy ultra great sword for an incredibly light jagged sword. So let's see what armor we can wear now. Let's just start off with equipping the full Elite Knight set and see what happens. Fuel tanks with a lot of fuel in it and an engine. Well, lamentable. You have my condolences. God, this room sucks. You have to send a rescue mission. Yep, that's how it goes. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program, where you had a plan. Alright, I'm gonna go to Anor Londo real quick. Oh, that's not the fireplace I thought it was. Alright, we have to go to this Chamber of the Princess then. I must have been caught in a recovery animation. These Titanite junks are incredibly welcome. I need to say that, though. Like, that's going to get me all the way through to, like, plus 14. No, that'll get me all the way to 15, since I already have the slab from Undead Asylum. You'll have to send a rescue mission now? That's the last message I saw. OBS might have seen it, but I didn't. Oh. Look, just understand that, no amount of showering will wash away the shame. But actually, yeah. A shower might help you calm down. No, but it quells the rage. Alright, enjoy your shower. Or whatever it is you decide to go do. That's a problem. Enjoy the lurk. Once again, Lexar. Yes, yes. Are you doing this in a location off Ocean Avenue? This is the question. Right, real quick, we need to do repairs. Repairs. Oh god, those are expensive.
Comment soon.
You know, we saved Ceaseless Discharge exactly for this kind of situation. Did the game just crash? No, it's struggling. It's doing some major frame droppage. This happens. Something about Demon Ruins is not agreeing with my system at all. All aboard the struggle bus. Oh yes. Oh god, the frame rate. This is Blight Town levels of frame rate. What's going on? So I did get a mod called Lava Eyesore Remover. So the lasagna shouldn't be so bright this time. Also, that dude down over there is where I'd have to farm the Demon Great Machete, had I not decided to just buy it off Shiva. God, my frame rate, why is it so terrible? I will say the lava is not nearly as bright as it normally is, so that texture is doing its job well. But I get the feeling it might be causing significant frame drops. It might be a uncompressed texture. And my game might be just having conniptions. So there are multiple ways to engage the fight with Ceaseless Discharge. The normal way is you fight him on that, like in this open field up here, and you play carefully. And you just deal with him, and you hit him whenever he gets slams. The way I dealt with him the first time ever is I hid back here like a little coward, and I would just bait out his slams and like duck around the corner and just hit the part of him that was exposed. God, he hurts my eyes. How does it feel to be the only boy in the Daughters of Izalith? He has a single tooth remaining. What's a little corpse robbing among friends? Now, I will say I did kind of expect to die there. Because what I was doing, DM, was setting up so that my dumbass can just exploit this. No, the game looked frozen for a second. Man, my hardware is not liking this. Oh yeah, I never bothered to visit Logan. I should probably go poke Logan in Firelink. Now note, there's a giant fuck-off cliff here. But, he wants us dead so bad. That he'll go for it. Was I not holding block there? Hold on a second, that's not right. God, this area. It is pure struggle. Also, that trick I did cost 300 durability on this shield. That and blocking with it has caused the poor shield to take so much damage. Do I have any gold, not gold pine resin, but repair powder? Nope. Nope. Isn't that awkward? A little awkward. Look, as long as I don't let the shield break, it'll be fine. He's chosen to infinite slam. That's not what I want. That's really bad for me. I think the problem here is that I need to get out in that main area and then pull them back towards it. Oh, I didn't take any fall damage there. Come on, old Ceaseless. That time, I don't think he even slammed the platform. I think he attacked... Yeah, I think his tentacle went fully into the ground. Well, that's annoying. For me. This is fine. Do those guys have no souls? Hold on a second. I kicked them over for the sole purpose of acquiring extra souls. Like a pinch to repair stuff. Okay, yeah, they have some. Not many, but some. God damn it. With each passing moment, the desire to do ceaseless skip keeps increasing. Fun fact about Iron Flesh. So Iron Flesh, while being fantastic, does have the downside of, it makes you more vulnerable to lightning damage. For obvious reasons. I think I was under the impression that's what it did. Maybe it's a hidden modifier or something. God damn it, Ceaseless. I've never had this much trouble with Ceaseless. Normally I get him to end hero immediately. All of this because I was just like, oh yeah, this will be easy Souls, in heavy quotes. See, that one I survived. I don't know why. Alright, we're doing it Babby mode. So if you're ever like me and you try to do the easy ceaseless, and for whatever reason you can't get it to go, this is always an option. Bye, ceaseless. It's nice knowing you. Your souls are going to go into rocks. But the death of ceaseless, the lava that's here, you guys can't see this cutscene, so I'll skip it. The lava that's here dries up. That fixed my frame rate. Sort of. Sort of. Ceaseless is worth only 20,000? He also doesn't have his own unique soul. I will say, now that I'm here, I do have an opportunity to get a few baubles, a few trinkets, a few oddities. So those Taurus Demon, I don't know why there's like 6 of them over there, are guarding the Chaos Ember. And the Copper Demon, that's down to my right, is guarding the entrance to the rest of the Demon Ruins. We're gonna run Copra's Pockets here, see if we can get another Demon's Great Machete. More importantly, see if we can oh, we one-shot him. Nope. So he's only worth 800. How much is a Taurus Demon worth? I think these are referred to as minor Taurus demons. Careful to only drag one of them. Excuse me. Okay, they're worth 1,200. Also, you all got to see that. For the briefest moment, I touched the lava, and my health just evaporated. We're gonna cook the gold hem set. Because it has incredible amounts of fire defense. Gonna unequip our sword. Alright, we need flash sweat. God damn it. Look, hear me out. I got impatient. We're reduced to like 6 FPS in this load screen. Let's go ahead and kill Copra again. Hey! Oh, the Forest demons didn't respawn. Why am I surprised? I was undone by a lip. Curse you, 60 FPS. On the plus side, we all got to see that, yes, equipping high fire defense and flash sweat and the flamestone plate ring does actually cause you to take reduced lava damage. Also, now I'm looking like an old Mary again. Also, these dudes who are crawling at me have a grab attack, and if they grab you, they'll put an egg in you. And your head will slowly grow, and it will siphon off souls you earn. Feed a gestating maggot, a larva. What's really surprising is that they didn't do that in Bloodborne. Could you imagine in Bloodborne? Like, if you could get, like, a cost parasite in your brain. And it siphoned away your insight. But, like, it did something cool. That's not the Chaos Ember. Hold on, I thought that was the Chaos Ember. I guess the Chaos Ember's back there. I suppose I better kill the rest of the Taurus demons so that I can get my blood stain back in peace. that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Well, I better not mess up. There it is. There's the Chaos Ember. Sorry, sometimes I just forget. You'll have to forgive me for not remembering the individual soul locations, but remembering distinctly where, like, the major pickups are. Excuse me, you were supposed to get stunned there. Also, was he slightly bigger than the others? No, I guess not. Must have been wind. All right, let's do this. Ah, it's Lord Generic Can with a party of 4. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Lord. There we go. He got stunned. Ah, yeah, Lord. How is, Paper Mario Origami King going? Or did you do something else today? Oh, I made a terrible mistake. Mario RPG today. Sorry, last time I checked your schedule on Twitch, it said, Paper Mario Origami King. I don't think you streamed that day. So that's probably why. Probably where the discrepancy comes from. First day back from your hiatus. Well, I hope you had a good time back. I'm so goddamn mad. You can walk up there. You're supposed to be able to. Also, I lost like 20,000 souls from that. And I'm mad about that because it's nonsense. You're mad at me for that death? In my defense, I guess I should have kept the rare ring of sacrifice on, but in my defense, I should have been able to go up that slope. It should have happened no problem, but there was literally an item on that slope before you showed up. Should have is keyword. That's the problem in heavy quotes with DS fix and uncapping the frame rate. It causes the collision to be a little wonky. It causes it to not be good. Well, we can recoup some losses. Not much, but some. I say as I'm gonna go do a suicide run again. Oh, I had it. I've had it the entire time. Alright, so how exactly do I want to go about this? I can go into the Demon Ruins and farm Capper Demon and the other stuff down there. That's probably... No, I think my best bet is... There's no surviving that. Like, unless I went and got the orange charred ring first, which Probably wouldn't have been a bad idea. There is no surviving it. Actually. What made me want to play as one of the Simpsons? I am not one of the Simpsons. That is literally the lighting. Okay, the lighting doesn't do me justice here either. So originally I settled on the character because it's just like, well, that looks like a high elf from Skyrim, and I think that's funny. And then I got into the game, and my character was solid fucking green. So now my character goes back and forth between being yellow and green depending on what area I'm in. I made a goof. It's fine, I guess. I'll sit down at the bonfire over here and I'll take care of what I need. Oh, right, I forgot. So, Soul of Quelaag can also be used to make the Chaos Blade. Which is an upgraded katana, except it's not really upgraded, it scales off of humanity, it's an odd beast. You got up to Seath? I could go after Seath. Also, fuck Blighttown. It's not that bad. I say as I backdoored Blighttown and have ignored 90% of it. Now, it's a shame that I got super greedy, but this happens. This is the lamentations of the rat. I deserve this. I have no idea what died. Although, thank you for dying. Look, hear me out. I'm part of the problem, but I'm not entirely at fault here. Look, hear me out. Hear me out. That was some nonsense. Oh, this game is BS. Take advantage of it as much as possible. I am actively holding back from taking advantage as much as possible. I am doing some cheesy strats, though. Ah, too late. Rowdy's got himself confused a little bit. Okay, hold on. That's down there. We were here a moment ago, weren't we? Yeah. Ah, I see. That's the problem. You were confused once and ended up with 2 kids? You're all the better for it. Don't lie to me. Ah. Depends on the outlook. Microsoft? Microsoft? Okay, so note to self, I need to do that before he dabs out of existence. Okay, they're not running yet. Wood is slippery. Ah, fuck. Quietly falls to my death. Oh, this fucking game. So this is a major problem with this area, is the 60 FPS does make all the tree branches very much slippery and moss covered. Come on, I know you can make it. Or you can slip again. Adds to the immersion. Hey, look, would it be more immersive if I put on the thorns set so I could stick to the trees better? Would it allow me to climb up walls? Yes, I told you I'd cheese the game a good bit. Wasn't there supposed to be... Oh, they're beneath me. No, this is where they're supposed to be. Never mind. No, thank you. I don't feel like being cursed today. Oh, game. I mean, I'm probably going to die repeatedly during this, so I'm going to show this off. But if I really, really wanted to cheese, I've been doing this with Homeward Bones, but I've said it before and I'll say it again, I can do it with Boss Souls too. Nope, come on. I could get all the souls in the world and level up to max, but again, I'm not going to. I survived that? Oh, hey, my bloodstain. Okay. I'm still not dead. There we go. I don't want to be cursed either, but it seems you didn't need a toad to get it. Look, you need to understand that bad decision makings is the spice of life and death. I'm just going to have a fucking stroke. Come on. If I ever find myself struggling, do a barrel roll. Struggling. Oh, it dabbed out just in time. God damn it. There we go. Oh. Well, we made an attempt. Alright, have fun. Have fun sorting. I'm sure it's a whole sorted affair. But how did... Thanks, Exali. Really breaks the tension. Loosens my giblets, if you know what I mean. My dude looks like he needs a meal or two. He looks like he's a meal or 12. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna disregard that single out of place crystal lizard. Yep. It's gonna run away. And this is fine by me. Titanite chunk. What we need, but it's there. How kind of the thing in the stuff in the basilisks to just eat themselves. I'm alive. A dead basilisk. There's a live basilisk. Also, if you look closely, you might think like, oh, the basilisks have giant eyeballs. They don't. That's not their eye. Yes, they've got tiny little beady eyes. Tiny, tiny little eyeballs. We're just gonna ignore him and slip on past. Now for the dangerous part of this run. You might be stopping and wondering, Horatio, what in the world do you mean the dangerous part? Wasn't all the roots in the platforming the dangerous part? And the curse? My god, the curse? No, those were the easy parts. The hard part is the Mushroom Gang Squad down here. The Mushroom Gang Squad is gonna kick my ass 6 ways to Sunday. Look, you need to understand, the Mushroom Gang Squad is here to profile and to commit hate crimes. And they've already profiled you. Alright, that time it wasn't too bad. Alright, this is Ash Lake. We're gonna run into Best Girl, though. Have I been up to much? No. I still play Sea of Thieves off stream with some friends, so if you're up for Sea of Thieves, I guess that could happen at some point. Come on. Do the attack. That's not the attack I wanted you to do. We do love you some Sea of Thieves. And I don't blame you. Sea of Thieves is great fun. Welcome to the problem with Hydras. Once you get rid of the easy heads, it becomes incredibly hard to hit the damn thing. There we go. Still has a massive hacking problem? I wouldn't know, but Safer Seas is my cup of tea, after all. I'm pretty sure every online game I've ever played has always ended up with a massive hacking problem. Overwatch, hacking problem. TF2, hacking problem. Dark Souls, hacking problem. I guess the only exception to that is some of the MMOs. Lord of the Rings Online didn't have a massive hacking problem as far as I'm aware. I was almost gonna say, Guild Wars 2 didn't have one either. No, it did. It did, I remember. I remember the bots running around under the map, gathering resource nodes faster than humanly possible. You loved Guild Wars 1 and you never got into Guild Wars 2. I never played Guild Wars 1, but I played Guild Wars 2. There are no words for how much I loved Guild Wars 2. Like, Guild Wars 2 was just chef's kiss. It was so good. Like, it's a shame that it went the direction it did, but I get it. But, like, I have so much fond memories of Guild Wars 2. It's just... It brings a tear to my eye thinking back of all the hours I put in. The probably good 20, 40 hours I spent walking through, low-level areas, just handing out roasted meaty sandwiches and wooden swords to new players. Giving out whetstones and whatnot as well. I never got world completion in Guild Wars 2, but I do remember helping a friend to get it. Also, who's ready for Dark Souls 1 Best Girl? Let my dick get hard first. Let me find Best Girl. Look at her. Look at her. She's beautiful. The last of the ancient dragons, alas, and functionally immortal. He's also a firekeeper. Thanks for the sword, bitch. By the way, I suppose I should show it off. I think one of the heaviest weapons in the game, the Dragon Greatsword. Look at this fucking thing. Also, she does not care. That does not affect her in the slightest. After sitting down, her tail's back too. Well, I haven't sat down, but her tail grows back. You can attack her all you want. She doesn't get angry. It's great. Alright, Chamber of the Princess. We need to upgrade our Jagged Ghost Blade, and then we need to continue dive bombing into the New Londo ruins. New Londo is kicking my ass because of how little health I have, which is kind of funny. I'll be right back. I have to go do push-ups and sit-ups, and I'm also going to take a bathroom break while I do it. Just as Crow returns. That's terrible timing. Unfortunate, regrettable. Right, I'm going to hang out in here so there's just a little bit of background music while I BRB. Sorry, everyone. Mommy milkers. Yes. I'll be back. Stay out of trouble, you lot. Hello, greetings, salutations. I've returned. While I was up, I got myself a fresh mug of tea. You say good lad, but what if I told you if it was a cup of, Yorkshire Gold? It's not, but... Damn you and your giant hitbox. Then you'll shoot me. With what? Your English. Hey, shoot your shot, amigo. You know what they say. Don't you threaten me with a good time. A man can dream. Oi. What? That shield of his is some nonsense. Alright, what level am I? I'm level 55. Not a word about how I walked past the door I was trying to get to. Fighting them in the board game is also a pain. Apparently I didn't walk past... Ratman's losing his mind. Was ist los? Das ist los. You thought it was long gone? You and me both, amigo. Alright, all this so we can upgrade the Jagged Blade. The mind equals minced. My brother in Christ, it's not just minced, it had a special guest appearance on Willet Sausage. It had a guest appearance on Ordinary Sausage, you know? Like that Halloween episode where he did a brain, that was mine. The pizzle, however, was not mine. Thank goodness for that. Isn't that also how my dates turn out? Nope. Acting like I date anymore. I've been long out of the dating game. Ow. Really? Those Silver Knights will always live up to their nickname as Anal Bruiser. Is it just the uncapped frame rate? No, I have a couple texture mods, like the Grasscrest shield on my back is a modded texture. The normal longsword has a modded texture. I have a mod that makes it so some of the head textures are a little bit nicer. I think I have I think I have some tweaks to the Artorias armor. Not many, not many. It just cleans it up a little bit. Oh yeah, health bars are also modded to be ultra visible. Doki Doki Literature Club, and the Estes was Sunny D. I think the closest I ever got with that was the Ganja Stick Large Club. Like I had a mod that replaced the Large Club with a ganja, with weed. It was a giant blunt, a spiff, if you would. You were also plastered. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I think one of my favorite mods that I ever saw was, it retextured the lava in Lost Izalith and the Demon Ruins to have Garfield on it. Not the devil's lettuce. Alright, there. We put aside some time to farm up some runes. We did actually make some accidental progress. Well, back to Firelink and back to trying to get through the the runes are haunted. Your mate got scared when she saw the giant blacksmith and killed him. Let's just say she never played again. Hey, look, the giant's hammer is actually the most efficient weapon for I think a soul level 1 run. So you can't exactly hold it against them. Oh, you still hold it against her. I mean... Don't be too mean. Alright, so the big problem, TM, right now is the big room that you need to climb to get to Ingward. That room is mandatory for getting through the game. That's a lie. That's a lie. I've lied to you all. I apologize. It's not true. There is another way. It's just I'm not gonna do it. You can hear the pain. Look, you don't... You haven't even begun to fathom it. So, to explain what Ratty means by there is another way. So, I think from about here, yeah. You see that dude up on the rooftop? I can just shoot him with a bow. I can just kill him with arrows. And that will push forward... That will allow me to get what I need, because that does force him to drop the key. Damn ghosts in their damn range. They can move through walls. They can move through the floor. They can attack through the walls and the floor. Wait a minute. Am I having a dumbass moment? Hold on. So these things that I have equipped, I've selected, are alluring skulls. They work on hollows. I don't know if they work on the ghost of the New Londo ruins. If they work on the ghost in the New Londo ruins, I should have been using these from the beginning. That's if they work. Also, I still haven't gone down and dunked on Pinwheel. I really need to do that sooner rather than later. More curses? More curses. You had a friend who died to Pinwheel? Hey, look, my buddy Ford, who's been on stream for a while, his Twitch name is Died to Pinwheel. Look, like, in defense to people who've died to Pinwheel, this is some serious cope, by the way, but to people who've died to Pinwheel, he does actually do a lot of damage. It's just he doesn't have a whole lot of health. Like, that's the one caveat I'll give to Pinwheel Dyers, is that he does do a lot of damage. Like, everyone who's played Dark Souls enough has had that one moment of hubris, of overconfidence, where they've gone down and fought Pinwheel immediately and come to realize that Sure, he has, like, no health pool, but he does a fuckload of damage. My god. Okay, note to self. The alluring skulls do not, in fact, work on the ghosts. Look at the number of them that literally come out of the walls and floor. Look, that's a little excessive. Also, what's his name is gone. Sigmire. That's his name. I also meant to check on Big Hat and whatnot. Yeah, these two are still here.
Oh, hello. I was waiting to tell you. And he tells me, well, he's just over there.
Hello there. As promised. I'm afraid that you are unable to... The basic framework, you see. Oh, do not fret. Don't frown. Hello?
So my intelligence is too low. I think you need a minimum 15 intelligence.
I appreciate that will...
You need like a minimum 15 intelligence in order to talk to Big Hat Logan. I do not meet that metric. I have 12 intelligence. My starting class intelligence. I will say, I am having a moment where I really... I'm beginning to see the allure of a faith build. The more I'm here, the more I want to go get Wrath of the Gods, use a transient curse, and then just let that solve my problems. Because popping a transient curse and then just using Wrath of the Gods to clear out the entirety of that room in a single cast seems very... very alluring. Granted, I could probably do that as well if I went and I joined the Chaos Servants and got Great Chaos Fireball. Also, I like how I have to do all of this setup to walk all this way for an opportunity to just get jumped. I have to deal with like 6 ghosts in a room where they come at me through the damn walls. Like, see what I mean? Ghosts are some bullshit. On the plus side, doing this has netted me a large amount of transient curses, so eventually, I'll be able to use those and just use pyromancies again. But, I think the biggest problem is that there's no good place to engage with the ghosts. You walk in and walk back out. Just immediately go back up these stairs. At least this way I should be able to fucking see them. It's okay. It's alright. Just very carefully. See what I mean whenever I complain about the number of ghosts? I killed a bunch of them there, and it's just like, oh yeah, now I might have a chance. And then it's just like, would you like another 5? There are more ghosts in there. Just keep climbing. Oh, at last. God, that room sucks!
Well, this is a surprise.
I hate you so much, old man.
Visitors, save for ghosts, you have the Lord Vessel. Very impressive. I know exactly what your intentions are. You seek the Four Kings. This. The Four Kings use this key. Oh, the Dark Wraiths reside, but the Abyss is no place for. Although, long ago, if you can find him. I know that the key to the.
All of this, and he sells a spell, which is Resist Curse. And transient curses. Yes, Ingward. I guess he also cures curses if you are cursed. But granted, if you're here and you're cursed, you're probably doing that deliberately. I love an enemy that's counterplayed is just hit walls. Know where they are and hit walls. Nice try, Ghost. That wasn't worth it at all. I need more poise. Need more. More poise. Ah, another rare Ring of Sacrifice. If only I'd used the one I'd had previously. Also, I went through all of this, getting an upgraded blade. All of this. All of it. And it's about to become almost worthless. Composite bow. The composite bow is nice. I can use that to stunlock Manus later, but... I'm mad. Alright, Lord. See you around. Work tomorrow. Catch the rest of the VOD on YouTube, I'm sure. We opened the big door. Did you know that the New Londo ruins are actually connected to the Valley of the Drakes? I don't know why it is, but it is. You might be wondering, Horatio, why have you taken off your ghost blade? It's because there are no more ghosts for the rest of this zone. At least I don't remember there being any more ghosts. It's all fucking dork knights. Or dick wraiths, that was it. Nice. Oh, that's some good luck. So the Dark Hand isn't a very good, isn't a very good weapon. That's a lie. It's actually pretty good. It's just... So that enemy, the spit it lobbed out at me, has a unique status effect that doesn't show up on the UI. It slows you down and prevents you from, like, fast... I think it's, like... I don't know if it prevents you from rolling at all, but it might just slow you down to a fat roll. Alright, this leads out to a couple more Dark Wraiths and where I need to go. Alright, there was an item pickup around here, wasn't there? This is the wrong side. Yeah. So if I remember right, there's a couple ghosts here. But that's because we dip up out of where the submerged section was. Is our good friend, the very large ember. That's what we've been looking for. That's what we're talking about. Yes. Glorious. Also, there were no ghosts, so I was right initially. That water leads to death. I don't think there's anything around here. Note. Ba-ba-da. You heard that? Oh, yep. Also, yes, dark wraiths are parryable. They're humanoid, human-sized, or human-sized but slightly larger. That's the general rule of thumb. With one exception. There is one boss that looks like he should be parryable, and generally follows that rule, but isn't. And that's Artorias of the Abyss. He's not parryable, despite being humanoid, generally humanoid-sized. Also, this just leads back outside. We don't need to be here. Proud Knight. There's a mass of souls, or whatever they're called. So, fun fact, Dark Wraiths have a very small chance of dropping a Titanite slab. It is comically rare. They do more commonly drop Titanite chunks, and there's a small chance, a very, very small chance that there's an illusory wall here, that they can drop 5 chunks. When fighting on narrow areas like this, sometimes it's better to just whip out the shield and parry an enemy. I have no idea what this is. It's a Titanite chunk. Sorry, again, like, sometimes I remember where a ton of things are, like the composite bow. And other times I just forget. Because, like, upgrade materials, look, hear me out. I picked up multiple of the thing and the stuff in the app while I was here. Multiple chunks off of the, Dark Wraiths. So, like, you'll forgive me if I forget that there are just some around. Which Beatrice's summon sign will be around, like, here, I think? If I'm human. That leads to the Four Kings boss fight, and we're not ready for that yet. Yet. Oh yeah, I actually have armor to repair this time. I was wearing pants. Warp to the Undead Parish. Give me just a moment. I need to stand up for a little bit. Ah, Andre Restorer. So you'll note that the icon for this is a Titanite slab. Now we reinforce weapon. Yes. 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 And that is as high as that will go. Now, as you can see, 330 plus 276 to 332 plus 327. That A rank in strength scaling is superb. The only real problem is that it's 4 pounds heavier. Fortunately, we've upgraded our, what's it called? Just enough. My modded, slightly cleaner Demon's Great Machete. Alright, so we have the weapon of the run. We have it, and we can use it now. And it is officially efficient to use. Full disclosure, I want to get to 45 strength, and then I'm going to just use endurance as a dump stat. I know, I've been struggling with health being suboptimal and getting one shot, but that's part of the fun, don't you know? Alright, we're gonna head to Anor Londo, and we're gonna go into the Duke's Archives. Why? Because that's where Siglinda is. Yeah. No. No, we can't go there yet. So there's another thing we have to do first. We need to go kill the Hydra at the Darkroot Basin. I need to take another quick BRB, I apologize, but I will not be long. All right, sorry about that. Ooh. You might hear some shouting in the background. That is a full-grown adult having an argument with a cat. Right, so I need to go and body check the base and Hydra. I'm also back, and after thinking about it for a moment, I've lied to you all, and I apologize. I'll be getting my strength to 50. At minimum. And then I'm going to get points into endurance so I can wear armor. Chonk. Hey. All right, we got him. This is the only other time the Rusted Iron Ring. So it's technically useful in like 3 spots. This water section, place at the bottom of Sen's Fortress, and Blight Town. And none of these areas are particularly large. This area is only mandatory, in heavy quotes, because of the DLC. As part of the Artorias of the Abyss DLC, a crystal golem was added here. Hello. Oh. Yes, there he is. I'm an idiot. I deserve that. Hello.
So, it is thou who rescueth me. My, what? My heart, then I see.
There she goes. Also, after you've killed the Hydra here, there is a ladder near this waterfall you can climb up. That ladder. Yes, it looks familiar. I wonder if it'll be important eventually. It won't be. But yeah, that's an alternative path to Darkroot Garden. So if you don't want to farm 20,000 for the Crest of Artorias, you can just kill the Hydra. And, Hi, Dusk.
I am Dusk. It is an honor. I shall follow.
So there are a few sorceries here. All magical in nature, and some of these are more expensive than others. As you can see, the repair sorcery, which just repairs everything. Resembles repair powder, which one must have found its way into the culture of this lost land. So this is the best thing she has for sale. Everything else is just kind of there. But we are going to pick that up. We're going to grab... We'll grab repair. Maybe eventually we'll put the 2 pity points into,
If thou art in, I own. May the.
You better not leave. There we go.
I am. It. I.
Yes, the Ulusil Ivory Catalyst as well. We'll just buy out her stock. Also, she apparently has an infinite number of Ulusil Ivory Catalysts. She just came here with a bundle of Ivory Catalysts. That was an immature joke. It shouldn't have been funny to me.
For a very long time, from my home, it was there, long, so... If thou art in me, I am done. It...
Hold on. So Dusk of Ulusil is... Ulusil happened back when Artorias was alive, so a very, very long time ago, back during the actual Age of Fire, not in the Age of Embers. If Dusk got captured by Seath the Scaleless all the way back then... How the blazes did she end up... I guess we do go back and tamper with the timeline. No. I guess we do... I guess in the canon, in the story, we do put down Artorias. I guess spoiler, but... We do eventually put down Artorias. And I guess from the Abyss there, Dusk gets kidnapped by Seath. Also, now my brain hurts because I don't remember why I never put down. Oops. Ratty forgot to do something important. So that piss-colored fog gate is a, will only go away once I place the Lord Vessel.
Oh, well, I'll play as all.
Goodbye then.
Also, full disclosure, on my first playthrough, I didn't use the consumable souls like ever, and they just sat in my inventory collecting dust.
Oh, I'll play as all. Goodbye then.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well and wide awake. Do not treat me like a... Heavens! You have done it! After a... Now, yes.
Oh. I like how it censored the part where he vores me.
This is the Firelink Chamber for the successor of Lord Gwyn. Now, place the Lord Vessel on the altar.
And the cutscenes are breaking. That's fine, I guess. We have no souls to offer yet. Go back to Firelink. Now, by doing this, all those piss doors, we've only encountered one so far, have been unlocked. And now that we've done all this, the first place I'm going to go is I'm going directly down below. I'm heading through the graveyard, the catacombs.
Is it...
That's kind of a lie. I've got some other things to do first. For starters, I'm going to sell framped poop. I apparently don't have any poop. I thought I had some dung to sell it. Guess not.
Farewell.
Never mind. Okay, I'm in distress, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. So there's a whole lot of stuff. There's a whole lot of directions I'm being pulled to simultaneously. All right. I'm gonna go down and I'm gonna go slap Pinwheel. Perhaps get the Mask of the Father or the Mask of the Child. I was gonna say, I don't have the Covetous Gold Serpent Ring on. That's right. I don't. Ah, lovely. There's a pair of binoculars over there. There is a pair of binoculars over there, right? Hold on, I'm questioning my sanity. Yeah. Yeah, that's binoculars. Sorry, there's a pair of binoculars in Majula of Dark Souls 2 in a similar-ish spot. It's not at all the same, but it's in Majula. It's on a weird cliff thing. And sometimes I really do genuinely just get confused. He didn't die? So no matter how many times I kill him, he'll never actually die for real. Unless he cliffs. So I need to do this before the skeletons assemble. Auf Wiedersehen. Alright, get this open. Take a seat. So the necromancers don't respawn. Which means once you've killed the necromancer, you're safe to, like, go throughout a level, for the most part, through a section. Sometimes the necromancers are cheeky little bastards and like to hit you with ranged fireball attacks. They're annoying like that. That necromancer is far more aggressive. I think it should have been. Alrighty then, you chose death. It's fine. I'm miffed, but it's okay. Walk off the cliff here. Roll. Oh god, my game didn't like that. Okay, we're fine. Finally, at last, I get to leave the Forest Covenant. How did you survive? Sorry, I was under the impression that the Titanite Demon here was under early game scaling. I guess it isn't. Sorry. Like, the reason I went for the heavy attack there was because I assumed it would kill it. Because I'm like, oh yeah, this is somewhere you can go immediately after starting the game. This is low-level scaling, right? You don't. Okay, that time I got the roll. That part is always so stressful. Come on, do lightning again. I wasn't scared. We have death. We got some Eye of Deaths earlier. Another Titanite skin. Nap time. Here we are. Oh, the cutscene isn't working. Well, long story short, the coffin gets shut on me, and I'm now deep below. The Tomb of the Giants. Oh, hey, look! A lord! We saw that guy in the intro cutscene. This is Nito, first of the undead. Oh, look, it's offering us an opportunity to join a covenant. We're going to offer him all of the Eyes of Death we currently have. Now, the Eyes of Death we've gotten so far, thus far, have been from... what's it called? Have been from basilisks. I think I need to give him 5? And there were 3 right near where, behind that Titanite demon. No? Alright. I did need to give him more. See you soon, Nito. You might be wondering... Trigger? Lord's gone to bed. Alright, as I was saying, you might be wondering, hey, I have to kill that guy. Is he gonna be cool with that? What happens to the Covenant if I kill Nito after pledging fealty to him? You didn't read? Your brain don't work too good. That's okay. I don't hold it against you. I'm sure that's how it is, Trigger. Very good, we got the roll. I started to say dander. God, I forgot about Dark Souls 1 bone wheels. Look at this nonsense. Look at that tracking. Alright, so a summon I didn't show off here because... why would I? Is Paladin Leroy. He's a cool dude that doesn't afraid of anything. Cutscene's broken. Game really doesn't like being here. There we go. I two-shot the boss. Alright, the Rite of Kindling. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. Did we get option 1, the Mask of the Father, option 2, Mask of the Mother, or option 3, Mask of the Child? Mask of the Child. Oh, boy howdy. Boy howdy. We now have all the stamina we could possibly need or want. The Mask of the Child increases our stamina regen. So we've got Mask of the Child, Grasscrest Shield, and the Chloranthy Ring. We are currently made of stamina regen. Now, it's worth mentioning that there's a... what's the term here? There is a distinct advantage when playing as a cleric or doing a faith build down here, because divine weapons will perma-kill skeletons, even if you, even if the necromancer is still alive. Why do I remember? No, it must be a different part of the catacombs. Some of these cavier sections of catacombs kind of blur together to me. Excuse me, game. Excuse me. I beg your pardon. Oh, okay. He chose to go down to Goblin Town. Oops. Oops, oops. Don't worry, it's fine. This is the catacombs, after all. Since we have double regen from Mask of the Child and Chloranthy Ring, I don't have a whole lot of problems of swapping off of the Grasscrest shield for a moment in order to equip a 100% physical block shield. Specifically just so I can do this without taking small amounts of chip damage. Joke's on you, my weapon has enough range to smack you anyways. Good. Bait those into exploding. Aye, that's some nonsense. Now, normally, if you're coming through here for the first time, you'll see a bald bastard over there at that switch. And that bald bastard is Patches. Trusty Patches. And totally not Patches the hyena. Right over there, you can see that floor is discolored. It's not real. We'll be back for it. Alright, there's another necromancer nearby. I don't actually remember where this one is. You do be trying. Oosh. Now, did you know there's another path? It's all the way down there. Do you see it? There's a hole. It's my hole. It was made for me. But actually, that leads to the, possibly the worst recorded lines in the entirety of Dark Souls 1. Like, boy howdy, those lines got deep fried. Great scythe. Note, that hole. Did I put a ring on that hole? No. No, hey, look, we're all the way back here. Now, frame rate return to me, I need you. I'm trying to explore the catacombs as completely as I can, but this place is kind of labyrinthian by nature. That's kind of the point. So there are going to be bits and pieces that I end up, like, missing. I don't think I'm going to miss anything important. I did grab the Great Scythe, like I said I was going to. Which is actually a scythe this time. Oh yeah, this place has a shocking lack of skeletons, because Patches is supposed to be here to grief you by activating this whenever you go to cross. Ah, good old Patches. There's a big skeleton. More importantly, Dark Moon seance ring. Quickly, behind the statue. I've made terrible mistakes. God damn it. It's fine. Now that the Necromancer is dead, this is all going to be much, much easier to progress through. I still have to go back to Undeadburg and pick up the light crossbow that's in that area. Look, don't worry about it. It would be a lot easier if I restocked... Well, not restocked, but I, what's the term? Ouch. There we go. I don't know how you slide down a ladder that doesn't have, like, sides, but okay. Okay, chosen undead. Up. Aye, yeah, indeed, that does lead up. Up where? Ow. Ah, tranquil walk of peace. This has been a great boon and simultaneously a terrible setback. Also, an odd plus side of the Demon Great Machete is that it has quite a lot of durability to it because reasons. It's already heavy, in heavy quotes, a rusted piece of junk, so what happens if it falls into further disrepair, you know? Down. Right. Now we've got to deal with the skeletons yet again. I like how the bones just explode outward. Alright, we once again go up. All of this just so we can grab our bloodstain. Then we're going to come right back down this ladder. Oh, there's our bloodstain. The catacombs is such a weird place. I hope you're good at keeping track of where you are and where you've gone and where you've been and where you need to go. The game didn't like that at all. Please. Oh god, I need to leave this area. I need to point out, that's the game. not my CPU or GPU, apparently. That's just the game having a bad time. Also, I know there's a secret bonfire somewhere. Oh, excuse me. Apologies. Didn't realize the ladder was in use. Poor Great Axe Black Knight. He was so ready. He was just prepared. But the game was just like, no. Fred, no. Also, I swear this wall was fake. It's fine. Yar. That do be how the bone wheels are. Oh. Game, please. Ooh. There's a bonfire somewhere around here. Oh, is it? No? Nope. It's not that wall. Also, bone wheel skeletons can not given how much of a menace bone wheel skeletons are, it's mildly surprising that they can't climb ladders. over in, what's it called? The Painted World. The Painted World fucking... Oh, they're, yeah, the Painted World bone wheels are just, are fucking mean. So in the Painted World, you go down to a well and there's a bunch of bone wheel skeletons, and it is just cruel and unusual. It was one, it's been too long. Yeah, in good old Dark Souls 1, when you go to the Painted World, there's a little section where you have to go down into a well, and there's just too many bone meals. Too many. Like an aggressive amount. Like someone hurt one of the developers and they took it out on the player. Oh my god, I survived. I think I survived because I landed on that skeleton. And this cutscene is once again broken. So long story short, this is Vamos, the blacksmith. He does fire infusions and chaos infusions. He's also got some private lasagna. Holy fuck.
Very curious pattern. Could it be the flame of the legendary witch? I know. Suppose you left that ember with me.
What is that vocoder?
Never let you down? No, not ever. Yes, splendid. Splendid indeed. My oh my, you precious little thing.
I did not add any voices. That's just what he sounds like.
I'm here to smith, not to chit-chat.
Ooh. Ooh, I forgot how bad it was. I remember it being crunchy. I don't remember it being that crunchy. So, he has access to fire infusions and chaos infusions. I genuinely forgot how crunchy he was. That's hilarious.
If that'll be all, then you'll spoil my focus.
I used a homeward bone there. It's fine, I have plenty. Also, we had some bad luck. We didn't get a lantern. There's a guaranteed lantern down in place, but the Tomb of the Giants. But for now, we'll have to get to it. For people who don't know, the Tomb of the Giants is dark. It's so dark. It is so hard to see down there. It kill screened me so fast. Ooh. Oh, Lord. I didn't expect that. God damn it. So close. Hey, they're following me. How nice of them. A conga line of stupid. Perfect. Auf Wiedersehen. Why didn't I just warp? Why am I running out of here? There's something wrong with Ratty. My brain don't work too good. All right, so we have a number of options, but first and foremost, we're going to head down to the Daughter of Chaos, and we're actually going to go through the Demon Ruins first. Sort of. Now, why are we doing the Demon Ruins first? You might be asking as a smart cookie. And the answer to that is that there is an item down here we need for reasons. Spoiler, it's a hat. It's a funny little hat. It's also the reason I've been carrying around the dragon greatsword. Good old Kappa Demon. Kappa Demon, a Silent Hill reject. I've made an oops here. I need to be human. It's okay. It's alright. I might have messed up just a little bit by doing this, but I can fix it. There's a bonfire right up ahead. Right down there. You can see it. What's up? What's good? West side. Excuse me? That broke my weapon? That broke my pyromancy. I'm mad. How did that manage to break my pyromancy flame? Man, that thing is ugly. I hope we don't have to fight it. Spoiler warning. We will. I like how we went from, like, green to yellow. I don't know how we went back to being yellow, but we're back to being yellow. It's weird that they don't give it, like, any idling animations. The centipede demon, I mean. There we go. God damn it. Lack of poise, my old enemy. Jackpot! 777 damage. Oh, that's funny. Now we have the barbed straight sword. We get a little extra sippy of humanity. Very quaint. Very tasty. We'll kindle the bonfire here because we don't want any soft humanity on us. Despite it actually having benefits of allowing us to have better item find, we aren't interested in that. Not really, at the moment. Who gave you iframes? Ah, so you farmed the leeches. Why though? God damn it. Stop breaking my goddamn pyromancy flame. Also, why do you have enough health to survive that? Why? If we go back to the Daughter of Chaos, we can collect thing and the stuff in the air. Knight Kirk's set, the Armor of Thorns. Also, my frame rate is dying. Why? Also, I forgot whenever you max out a bonfire, it's 20 Estus. 20 whole Estus. Now that's what I like to see. That one dropped a green Titanite shard. Ah, Capra Demon. You exist. Now, I'm going to be entirely honest. I have no recollection of what's in the chest over there, but I remember it was useful for something. Was it a large flame ember? I don't know. Nice try, Taurus. Ah, a Demon Great Axe. Nice. Oh good, jumping attacks kill you in one hit. My HUD doesn't like being over here. Yeah, the large flame ember. That also goes to Vamos. God, they keep making noises. You know, I don't think I've ever actually made a... Well, no. Oh, no. I was gonna say, I don't think I've ever made a fire weapon. I've made chaos weapons in the past, but I mean, like, straight, like, from normal to fire to large fire. Because, like, I guess if you're gonna make a fire weapon, the chaos weapons just so thoroughly overshadow the other options. Oh, right, it's this part. Alright, so this is important to me. Ah, frame rate come back. I'd say you can blame it all on me, but that'd be a lie. I'm going to continue to blame you for all of this. Why? Is the game having trouble with all of, like, the branches that are down here? Oh, what are these strange little creatures? Dubious little creatures getting up to mischief. Don't worry, I'm solving for that. Well, that's annoying. I missed. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, is there are some things on the other side of that wall. Those things need to die. Also, I like how I have, like, 2 solid weapons that I can just rely on. They infected the Huasan boy. Yes, yes, there is a thing called a sunlight maggot on the other side of that wall. And by using the Dragon Greatsword, the Drake Sword, the Dragon Greatsword, or... No, it's basically just the Dragon Greatsword or the Drake Sword. Those two have the projectile and a line attack. Those go through. Have fun with the SSD firmware. I'm an idiot. I meant to repair my weapon. Apparently I didn't. I guess I leveled up instead, and that took all of Ratty's brain power, all 2 kilobytes of it. don't think those demon statues, possessed demon statues, living demon statues, I don't think they drop anything. I'm pretty sure they do not. Ah, it was a waste of a swing. That's really unfortunate. Really? I like how it's only 700 to take the, basically the broken Dragon Greatsword from... Well, take it from 50 back to full. Welcome back. I will say, one problem, I guess, that Dark Souls 1 had that was fixed in every other iteration of the Souls games was dual wielding. Like, there wasn't a whole lot of reason to have a weapon in both hands. Which is realistic in heavy quotes. It's fine TM. But for the sheer meme and fun potential, it really, it really just kind of... Like, sometimes you really do just want to do a Capra Demon cosplay, and not being able to swing with both is sad. You know? We're having some rough luck here this time around. Alright, real quick, let's access our bottomless box. Hop off the barbed straight sword. Drop that off too. Normal demon great machete can go. We'll keep the Black Knight greatsword as a backup weapon. We can get rid of the jagged ghost blade for probably forever. So I kinda secret little rat thing. I wanna upgrade the Gravelord sword because it is like I don't know if it's the only weapon in the game, but it is one of the few weapons that inflicts toxin instead of just poison. Drop off Lucerne, the Great Scythe. We'll keep the Dark Hand. The composite bow I can use. Actually, I might as well drop off the Black Bow of Ferris. If I have the composite bow has very low range, but it is very, very fast. Right. Drop off those red and white round shields. We'll eventually feed them to Frompt. And we're good. Nope, I lied. Bottomless box. I wanted to grab the Drake Sword. The Drake Sword isn't good in this case, but I am tempted to upgrade it so it I can use its heavy attack better, but it's fine. I deserve that. There was a whole lot of hubris going on for a very long time. Archdemon does have some poise, but not enough. Alright, this is going to be my last attempt at doing this. If I can't actually manage to get them through the wall, I'm going to head back up and I'm going to join the Chaos Servants, and I'm just going to use the shortcuts. The cuts that are short. Oh, good to know that this will probably kill if it hits. It just needs to hit. Well, I tried. But before that, I need to kill the demon fire sage. Demon fire sage shouldn't be too bad. It really is just a stray demon with a red coat of paint, which means it's faster. It moves faster. But it's fine. Did I hit B there? I was trying to dodge the attack, and I was tapping B in my mind. Was I just not doing it in-game? Ratty has some questions. I like this view. Oh, the game's frozen. Free demon catalyst. Fun fact. By joining the Chaos Covenant, you unlock a couple shortcuts after you've given enough humanity to the family they maiden. And one of those shortcuts is right here. Alright, do you mind? Alright. That's not one of the statues. That's an enemy that's alive. They're just choosing to not. They're choosing to be a statue today. In this case, since I made it here first, frame rate, it's just, I'm just getting it. Time to feel sad together. Kirk should be... No, Kirk has one more invasion. We're gonna level up real quick. I think we need one more. Oh no, we have enough. Now, time to see if this works. I don't know if this will work specifically, but... Yep. Wow. Goodbye, Gravelord Servant. Hello, Chaos Servants. Oh, yeah, I genuinely forgot that, you get Great Chaos Fireball literally for just joining the Covenant. It's just like, hi, welcome to the Covenant. Alright, now, believe it or not, I do respect everyone's here's time. At least a little bit, so I'm gonna hit you with an olive branch here real quick. So in order to level up the Gravelord, not the Gravelord, the Chaos Covenant, I need to give humanity. I'm unironically just gonna drop the 24 humanity I have here, yeah? Well, I'm gonna drop 20 of them. But I'm gonna use the exploit to Firekeeper Soul, like 20 of them. There. So I did cheatsy doodle. I used the Firekeeper Soul to generate 20 humanity, but I dropped the 20 hard humanity I had there. Now, unfortunately, we have to sit here and do this for a while. Hold on, I need to check the wiki real quick to see how much humanity I need to give. Let's see, what are the cutoffs? We gain access to 2 powerful pyromancies, with the second granted at rank 2. Shortcut to Lost Izalith at rank 2. Inji, possible glitch, talk to him for the first time after defeating Ornstein and Smell as a result of not being able to buy spells. Beating another boss fixes it. Interesting. Alright, so that's rank 1. We were at rank 0. So we do need to give 30. And we currently have 24. We could have 30, but look, I'm playing fair. So a good place to get humanity with where we're at is we can go back to New Londo and farm the Dark Wraiths there.
Goodbye, Quayla.
Alright, so what do we need for this? We're going to need the Jagged Blade to take care of those first 2 ghosts, because I am going after... I'm going to be doing the efficient farm, yeah. Please tell me I can have both of these. No, I can't. Alright. Well, goodbye, Shield. It was nice knowing you. It's going to be a shame to lose those, but it is what it is. Hey, maybe someone will find it as a wandering item. I know, like, super early in the run, I did use some humanity from the... what's it called? And I'm sorry for that, but, what, the Winter Kindling. And other than at the very start, for the most part, other than for the Homeward Bone shenanigans, I've been pretty good about it, I think. I would joke about getting cursed in order to make this farm a little bit faster, so I wouldn't have to swap from Jagged Ghost Blade to what's it called, to Demon Great Machete. But the problem is that if I do that, I will have the slight problem issue of in the world am I trying to say? You can parry with an open hand, by the by. Secret rack technique. Just say no. They legally can't stab you if you don't consent. We killed each other. So what you got to see there was a instability damage stab. Right, I forgot to sit down at Firelink. Also, you'll notice that the humanity I dropped previously is just gone now. I suppose we could go down to the depths and farm the rats, because rats have a pretty solid chance of dropping humanity as well. How efficient do we want this farm to... Well, alright, next run. So, you might be wondering, Ratman, what are you on about? And the answer to that is, I have an item in my inventory that I can use to make the farm go faster. It's just... equipping it has some downsides. Don't ask me why I'm checking to see if they drop transient curses or anything. I don't need... Oi. Titanite chunk. Welcome sight, not what we want, but it's a welcome sight all the same. Also, our item find is at 373. How much does this add? None. You're not supposed to be here. Titanite chunk. Does... No, it should work. Hmm. Am I having... What's my luck today? Titanite chunks are nice and all, but I swear these guys dropped humanity as well. I guess this also works as a soul farm, and hey, maybe we'll get that legendary thinking of stuff in the legendary Titanite drop. Titanite slab drop. Alright, you know what? Give me a second to make sure I'm not, I don't know, crazy and misremembering. Guess one, Dark Wraith, farming. No, not farming, I need drops. Dark Wraith drops, DS1. Dark Wraith Knight. Oh, they don't drop humanity. I swear they dropped humanity. Yeah. Also, it wasn't 5 Titanite chunks, it was 2. Guess one. Humanity farming. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. It seems like depths is the way to go. Mostly because I don't have access to the DLC yet. I could go get access to the DLC. That'd probably be in my best interest, but that's not what we're doing. Warp to the depths. The rats in the depths have a chance to drop humanity, so... Alright, there are 2 more rats over here. No luck. At this point, I need both hard and soft humanity. I'll take either. Drop rate's now at 380. $386. And we're not going to bother with that. We forgot to sit down. I say we, but I. Your very stupid host has made an oops again. Sorry, everybody, we have to take a short walk. It actually is a short walk this time. I like that top group of rats. They seem, I don't know, nicer to me. They seem far less hostile. Booga, booga, booga. Nothing, which is regrettable. The box rat. Look at these ones. There's another humanity. And these ones are empty. We are making pretty good time whenever it comes to the humanity farm. Oh, we're back up here again. Oh, right. Normally old Ratty does the slide down here trick. I guess for all of my bloodlust, it never occurred to me to check the back of the room. Nope, that leads to, basilisks. Which we could have farmed the basilisks down here for Eyes of Death, but... The Gravelord Covenant would have only given us Gravelord Greatsword Dance, and that's about it. Also, you'll notice Domhole isn't here anymore. Where has Domhole gone? The answer is, outside of Firelink. He's just hanging out down below the bridge. I'm an idiot, don't worry about it, everyone. Item find is at 392. Look at that face. Only a mother could love. 398. No drops. Regrettable, but understandable. Another humanity. Only one more. We only need another one. I hate it when the big rats just decide to charge. It's just like, oh, I've come to a full stop, but I'm going to do my shoulder check anyways. Back to the bonfire. Very good. Alright, so we're done here. We do need to consume these and turn them in at the Daughter of Chaos. But it's fine. Nope, that was the Chamber of the Princess, not the Daughter of Chaos. We are just going to outright pop both of them. We will donate them as well.
Oh, don't mind.
Well, we've had a very productive day. We've been at it for way longer than we should have been, but we did a bunch today. This should get us our stuff.
Oh, thank you, Quayla.
Just one more, for good measure.
Goodbye, Quayla, too.
You speak the tongue of the fair. Well, do not be rash with your pride if you try anything funny with the fair.
I appreciate an Ninji. He's simple dude, but stand up all round. We're going to upgrade our pyromancy flame here. Pyromancy upgrades are expensive. Very good. Oh, that leads down to, Orange Boy, the centipede demon. I don't know if it lets us skip centipede demon or if I need to defeat Centipede Demon and then worm my way through. I'm acting like this is actually how it goes. I don't remember. It's been a very, very long time since I've done, like, mid to late game Dark Souls 1. Normally I get to around Anne Orlando and then I get bored and then I stop playing. There we go. Hey, I'm part of the crew. I'm part of the staff. You have to let me through. Thanks. Oh, I killed it, yeah. For some reason, I thought it got added to inventory. Okay, so I had nothing to worry about. Great. Good. Excellent. God damn it, the lock-on got me the first time. The second time was my greed. I'm just like, I could sneak a heavy attack in here. No, Ratty, you can't. Now, if I remember right, this Titanite demon is the only one that respawns. Also, we finally got a catch pole. And if we go all the way down here... Now, you see that there's something in the floor over there. That thing in the floor is, well, that's part of, look, it's an item that's pathway buried in the ground because it signifies where the floor breaks. I was gonna be coy, but I've been at this for 9 hours today, so... My euphemisms, my enthusiasm, degraded. Wasn't, oh, I haven't killed, what's it called yet? You want some? Look, you might be one of the weirdest enemies in the game, but that won't save you from me. Also, that does curse. If you couldn't tell from the gray. Ratty's confused. You do get up there via routing, right? No? I guess not. There's a tar swamp down there that I guess is another use for the rusted iron ring. I guess I've been very hard on the rusted iron ring when I didn't need to be, but it's fine. Please don't take me back to the depths. We're gonna warp down to the Daughter of Chaos. We're gonna sit down, and I think we're gonna call it for today. I think this was a good amount of progress, and we've also pushed the limits of our machine for the day. Also, we are damn close to another level, another point of endurance. We could put another point into attunement. Do we have any more consumable souls? If we do, I can real quick. No, we don't have any. I could go pick a fight, but we're good. Alright, we did a lot today. Went to Anor Londo, went to the catacombs, went to Darkroot, took care of Sif, took care of we did a lot of bosses today, I think. So, thank you all so much for stopping by. That was an unnecessary amount of Dark Souls today, and I hope to see you all next time. I am going to real quick take a peep to see if there's anyone from the crew, the group, streaming. Not that I think it matters today. Oh, Lexar is doing some Dead by Daylight. Yeah. All right. Go say hi to Lexar. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Cool dude that does the music and the Dead by the Daylights. Ooh. All right, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your week, and your weekends are plenty fun. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Have a good one.